Good evening, good evening. Sorry, I was gonna start at 7. Hello, Devin. Welcome back to the stream. I was gonna start at 7, but what ended up happening is I was recording, so I said, you know what, let me take, I was originally gonna say, let me take an hour, just to eat something real quick, you know, just chill and do whatever. And ultimately I was like, you know what, let me just start at 7:30, same as before, so I can at least get a jump start and move on. I don't know if I'm going to finish today. I probably could, but I kind of want to at least look around a bit. Although, ultimately, I probably shouldn't. Just because I could tell you right off the bat that I've missed so many missable scans, it's pretty much not worth it. In almost every way, this game tries and succeeds at being more annoying than Metroid Prime 1 in that one particular aspect of trying to 100% everything. Which is funny because it's the one I actually know how to 100%. There you go. I'm actually just going to use the gamepad to enter Metroid Prime Trilogy this time. Okay. Crap. Okay. Alright, so we're going to begin. Because, this is actually one of my favorite things I've done in a while, so don't mind if I do. I actually very much enjoy playing Metroid Prime. I think I might play Prime 1 after this, just so that way I can play it because it's been a while. And then I guess the next like old school game I need to replay on the list would be like either Pikmin 2 or what's another one that I haven't played in a while that I should replay? Like Pikmin 2. I played Sunshine. I guess I would need to like look at it. Maybe like Star Fox Adventures would be another one I should play this year. Probably later this year, just because, you know, just hit up the whole GameCube library. Why not? Why can I not? Thank you. I always forget how ridiculous this aiming is. It's really not that great, but what can you do? It might be a little sporadic for all. Yeah, no problem. I do appreciate you dropping by, even for just a little bit. You kind of alright. I was actually trying to look up a flowchart for this game to see what exactly you get after. What did we get last? I don't even know. I was trying to look up like a flowchart, you know, just to see what it is without actually like having to go dig for my guidebooks, and I could not find one. It's unfortunate. Why is it moving forward? That's not correct. Okay. Alright, that's much better. I don't really remember what I was supposed to do, though. Let me see. We got the power... I think it's just power bombs, right? Yeah. Oh, we're fighting Caretaker now. Oh, sweet. That's awesome. Oh, jeez. I'm out of the house doing stuff. When I get back home, I'm going to pop on my laptop. Yeah, no problem, man. Listen, do what you got to do. I would never suggest anything along the lines of haste, just because, you know, I would never want to be rushed myself. And also, you know how it is. I'm not going anywhere. Everything is archived on the channels, which is the nice thing about streaming to YouTube, is I don't have to export to Twitch. That's actually one of the real things I like doing about streaming on YouTube, if you want my honest opinion. I don't think they can shut you down in Morph. No, they can, totally. Okay, thankfully they aren't very interested in... Oh, great. They aren't very interested in harassing me, which is kind of good. I think this only leads over to a, what's it called? I think the next time I play this game, I'm going to try to New Game Plus. Really? Okay. I'm going to try to New Game Plus my 100% save file. So that might be what I do with Metroid Prime 1, is I'll try to get, like, all the scans in the game. Okay, this one doesn't get electrified. That one does! Wow. Oh my god. Because in my opinion, that's like the best way to do it, so that way I can get like full 100% completions, because it's always something silly I forget about. I might have to kill these res bits if they... Yeah, let me just kill the res bits. There's no reason not to kill them. As you can see, he kind of wedged himself under here, trying to get a cheap shot. I mean, I gotta respect the hustle, even if I think it's kind of annoying. Oh shit, this is the one. They can't all electrify, right? Yeah, okay. They're actually pretty nice about that. Okay. I think I used to call the caretaker boss Big Daddy. I don't know why specifically, but I was really into BioShock. Would you believe me if I told you I've never played a BioShock game other than Infinite? I bought the collection. I forget. I don't know if that has Infinite in it, but I bought the collection, and I said one day I'm gonna play BioShock, 1 and 2, and that never happened. And there's no good reason why. I just never got around to it. That's basically it. Actually, one thing that I learned while looking up literally like a few minutes ago, one thing that I learned about this game in particular, is that they actually wanted to have, they wanted to have more time to develop Dark Agon Wastes and Torvus Bog to be different, and they just ran out of development time. The only areas that they were able to really differentiate are, well, Sanctuary Temple and Sky Temple. Or, I'm sorry, Sanctuary and Ing Hive. And that's one of the things that they really kind of regretted wanting to do. Yo, Snowman, what's good, homie? Welcome to the stream. How's it hanging? See, the only thing about using Dark Ink Smasher? Oh, shit! Yo, I forgot that this was even a thing. I don't think it's any different, right? I think it's the same. Are you serious? Oh, okay, that's not a scan. I was gonna say, you have to scan both. Alright. I fucked up, maybe? No, okay. I convened this guy in the stream, so hey. Well, there's no competing. I can read everyone's messages. Trust me, I'm reasonably good at it, and if not, I'll just pause the game to read messages. Don't worry, man. This guy is making me switch weapons a little more. BioShock is a damn masterpiece. People rag on BioShock 2 for some reason, but it's really a beautiful game. See, that's actually funny because I actually really liked Infinite. I thought it was like pretty okay, and I was like, boy, it sure was a mistake for me not to play like the originals back when all my friends were playing them and stuff. So yeah, I mean, I definitely know I missed out. I just never got around to playing it. Is basically the long story short of it. I have to remember, you have to combo this like really quickly. Okay. I know you've been playing not 14. There's more Final Fantasy games than Final Fantasy 14, would you believe it? But I know you've been playing 13, and I did want to say that I will be playing 13 at some point. Probably, if not, well, I say this month. I really mean April, because March is basically over. Hopefully my mic isn't too far away, by the way. Whoop, all over the place. I will be playing it probably starting in April. I want to maybe play this and maybe Metroid Prime 1 after this. And then pretty much as far as stream games go, I'll be out of ideas besides Fire Emblem. So Fire Emblem will probably be like April's big game, and that'll probably be most days in April. What day is it today? It's Monday, right? It's totally Monday. I'm not losing my mind, right? Yeah, it's Monday. Okay, cool. Yeah, here we go. So I'll probably play 13. Now, no guarantees I'm gonna beat it. All right, I wanna preempt that before we even get to it. I know I can beat it because I did beat the game once, but you know. And I will play BioShock someday soon too. But yeah, the Caretaker class drone for me is kind of iconic because not only is it another missable scan, it's another what's the word I'm looking for? It's another Morph Ball only boss that requires not only Spider Ball but Boost Ball, unlike the Guardian, the Spider Guardian. I never finished Infinite. Yeah, I know there's some, I don't want to call them Bioshock purists because that makes them sound really elitist, and I don't think that they're necessarily elitists. I know there's some real Bioshock fans who weren't exactly super enthralled by what's it called? What? You're back? Oh my god, come on. They weren't exactly, like, super won over by Infinite. But I played it back in 2013. And the reason I remember that is because, well, I really do remember 2013. But it's also, like, one of the first verdicts I ever did on the channel was Bioshock Infinite. Alright. See if we can get the other head. I honestly never knew the Caretaker class. Oh, Sloppy Joe, welcome back. Yeah, it is a scan, believe it or not. You wouldn't think it. I don't think it's here yet. I think we have to lower it somehow. Oh, I never scanned these. Alright, cool. Not that it matters too much. Alright, so see, this one is going to stay on the other side, so we'll just run out. I think it appears at a certain point, and you have to... Oh, that's nice. You have to... Do you ever stop? Thank you. Oh, that was pretty... Somehow that worked. That was a barely charged boost ball, and it knocked him out. Alright, right under. Bioshock 1 is flawed as shit in terms of gameplay, not quite a masterpiece, even though it was critically acclaimed. Well, definitely I gotta give it credit for being like one of those 2007 games, you know? One of those, like, hey, let's show what the 7th generation can really do. Because you don't really get that a lot with a lot of games now. And I am very sad that, like, that... Oh, great. That's not really a thing that they try to wow people with anymore, you know? Bioshock 2 was pretty good, but it didn't change much from the original game. Well, I've heard that both games are, like, exceptionally good. So, in my mind, that definitely means I have to play them someday. And I have a lot of games I need to play this year. Otherwise, my friends are actually going to be upset at me. Because, long story short, there were quite a few years where I just did not do playthroughs at all. I did not really play mini games. And I'm very much behind on that. See, Bioshock Infinite, I like it, but the game is pretty easy. I never died playing that game. Not once in the playthrough. And I distinctly remember that because I had to watch... I watched some gameplay of it from somewhere else, and the guy died, and I had no clue what cutscene he was watching, where Elizabeth resuscitates you. I had no clue what I was even watching. I'm like, I don't remember that from the game. I think we're getting the screw attack. Maybe. There's only a couple upgrades left. Screw attack, these things really hurt. Screw attack, echo visor, light suit comes from completing this temple, and Quadraxis gives us the Annihilator beam. There's not really a ton of stuff to really get. I mean, we basically have everything that we need. But yeah, Final Fantasy 13 will probably be one. I'm not going to play 13-2. I am going to start looking for a Series X. That is one thing I'm going to just keep my eyes open for. And see how that goes. Probably not well, but whatever. Actually, no. We might be getting the Echo Visor now. Wait. Where am I going? Wait, what did I just do? I didn't even read what it said. This is a new area. Is this Agon Wastes? No. Oh, I don't know what I just did. Am I in the under area? Yeah, I am. Wow. Okay. Don't get me wrong. I like that the maps, you know, all linked together and stuff, but I have no clue what I'm doing here. What is it, a blog? Yeah. I remember you could make the joke back in 2005. Hey, look, it's a blog. And it would have been super funny because back in the day, you know, a blog is the thing that people used to write on. And now that's literally not a thing anymore, like at all. Yeah, it's a little more funny if you know. Hold on, I think these are rare scans. Can I do anything with this? Bomb slot detected in it. I just want to scan these, because these I think are rare. Here we go. Elizabeth was a really competent companion. Yeah, I know yesterday we were talking about, like, Ashley and, I don't even think I can come in this way. I think I have to open it from the other side, so I'm leaving. I got the scan I needed. We were talking about Ashley and Sheva. Credit where credit is due. I think both of them serve their narrative and, for a certain extent, gameplay purposes correctly. Elizabeth is helpful. It's not an escort game, right? Yeah, so like you say, I didn't feel like I was babysitting her. It's not an escort game at all. They won't kill her. They don't even fight her, from what I can remember, and she can't really die at all. But at the same time, I feel like her funneling everything towards you made the game definitely a large chunk easier than I would have expected. And maybe that's not a bad thing. You know, I wouldn't try to say that that's, you know, necessarily something that would have ruined the experience. But I definitely would remark that it is a pretty easy game to play, especially casually. BioShock Infinite. But I mean, what could be worse? You know, you babysit her and then you have to constantly worry about whether or not she's going to instantly die to something. So in fairness, I mean, you know, they did the best that they could. What? I didn't get anything from that. Wow, the dark beam gives you nothing for killing those things. That's nice. Oh my god, I have to kill these things again. I wonder if I could get to the up top portion of that room. I don't think we're fighting Caretaker yet, right? There's only so many doors we can... Yeah, I'm supposed to go through this door. We're getting Echo Visor. Whoops. And then we use the Echo Visor here to let us fight Caretaker. Okay. Because it's not even here yet. Which brings up the bigger question of where would the big guy even be if he's not here yet. Oh, great. You're here now. But yeah, no, I just think it's better that it's not, like, because escort games are cool. I just think Resident Evil 4 is, like, the most famous escort game. And at the same time, it's the only one that really did it correctly. Because everything else feels like too much of a nuisance, you know? Unless that's distinctly, like, part of it. You know? Like some games, maybe that's, like, the point of it is, like, you're trying to escort, like, a bunch of whiny characters that can't defend themselves. Nice. So maybe that would be, like, the point of another game, but I think Resident Evil 4 does it the best. Infinite was so fundamentally different in tone that threw a lot of players for loops. BioShock before that was Dark Dystopia. Yeah, Infinite was, Oh, wait, how do I get in here? Oh. I did not know that they lock everything. That's hilarious. Oh, here we go. Maybe if I'm lucky, they'll let me out anyway. Probably not. Right? Because, I mean, I guess he could still see me. Yeah, I'm gonna have to kill these things. Ooh, this is a little unfortunate. Whoops. It felt like Children of the Corn religious zealotry dystopia. Yeah, for sure. It was definitely more of a straightforward game, I could definitely tell. They wanted to other than like the main time travel plot, they definitely wanted to force feed you something a little bit simpler than the other games. And that's what pretty much everyone I know said about it, because I had a lot of friends really... I'm getting fucked up. I had a lot of friends really into Infinite. Bruh, they're inside of each other. What the fuck am I supposed to do here? They are literally inside of each other. I fucked up by spawning both of them at the same time. Because now they're just going to do opposite elements and I can't hurt both of them at once. He deflected it. A piece of shit. What is this Dark Souls fight? There's something evil about making both of these guys become active at once. Like something like patentedly evil. And they all take multiple super missiles. Alright, it's not that bad. I was expecting this to be like a complete nightmare. It actually wasn't too terrible. I do find the time travel plot though interesting though, or the multiverse. Yeah, it was a multiverse, but I do kind of like that. See, like, despite what most people think, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with making a very heavily time travel oriented plot. I don't think that it's necessarily bad. I mean, obviously, once you do it, you're kind of in the realm of science fiction or sci-fi fantasy, or at least there's a certain degree of, well, this is not science at all. We can only just kind of speculate on weird shit. So, like, on one level, I do understand when people say, like, well, once you introduce time travel, stuff kind of gets weird because you start messing with the plot lines and certain people's things shouldn't really work out the same way. I get that. But sometimes I kind of like it, right? Like, I like Time Splitters. I mean, but Time Splitters doesn't take itself seriously. So that's why you could kind of do it with Time Splitters and get away with it. I don't know why I thought the opposite beam would open this. Wait, hold on. No, this is right. Okay, we're good. A man does, a slave obeys. I had a friend who would religiously quote a lot of that to write back at me. And I'm like, I never played that game. And he'd be like, I know. And you should. And then he would usually throw on an insult. I'll hit him up after this, actually. I'll tell him I was thinking about him, which is actually true. He's been on the channel before. Maybe a lifetime ago. That's what it really feels like a lot. Oh, shit. Come on, Wiimote. How much... I have to really scroll back in my chair in order to do this. There you go. What? Yeah, it's like one of the most influential games of the 2007s, and I just flat out, like, never played it at all. Like, everyone always talks about BioShock 1 and BioShock 2 was this game that was super hyped in 2010, and I never played it. I was playing other stuff, and that was, like, at the peak of my Call of Duty phase was, like, 2010. So, like, for me, it's kind of like, well, I just flat out never played a lot of these games. And, you know, it's a lot of these games that are super popular. Like, I played, I want to say, like... I don't even know if this is where I need to go. I want to say I play like about 80% of what I feel like I should, if I'm being a little bit fair. Did I really just do that? Yeah, I did. Hilarious. Good thing I had one power bomb left so we could get in here. Splat. Dark Samus, energizing herself, building internal supply of phase energy to dangerously high levels. Ooh. Alright, in a minute here, I have to reply to someone. Yeah, I never played it too, don't worry. I definitely want to play it at some point, though, in the future, and I own it. So the question is more of a matter of when than a matter of if, or, you know, maybe. It's just a matter of when. But right now, there's enough games that I want to play on the channel in the near future that I don't really want to get too into it. So, like, to give some idea of all the games I'm playing, like, today I played Nier. I'm trying to finish Nier before the 13th because of the Final Fantasy patch. That's another story. I'm also trying to finish Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'm also playing Fire Emblem Three Houses, the third playthrough. I'm also going to go back to Witcher 3, as well as Paper Mario Color Splash. There's also the Hyrule Warriors game that I didn't play, and Xenoblade Chronicles. And there's more that I haven't remembered and I forgot about, and I'm going to get to those in due time. But yeah, that's kind of my general gist. And honestly, like, for the next couple of months, it shouldn't take me that long. But the thing is that some days I just wake up and I just know internally I'm not recording. I love this. She hits the fucking button. It's so cool. Dude, Dark Samus was a worthy adversary. She even gets a morph ball in this fight. Okay, well, maybe if I don't get slammed by it, that'll be nice. Yeah, she still tries to fly at you and do that shit. I messed that up myself. Alright, cool. Yeah, here comes the fun. Everyone loves the Dark Samus fights because it's like the coolest parts of the game. By not having a ton, you don't like make it, you know, too diluted. But by not, I feel like in Metroid Prime 3, by not having enough, it kind of isn't as, you know, she almost dodged back into that. Like, if you're gonna have an adversary fight, you definitely need to make it so that you fight them enough that they feel like a threat, but at the same time, you also, like, don't make them too hyped, and then that's it. You don't get anything from it. Bitch. Oh, shit. Well, I missed anyway. I think one of the biggest things that they were able to do was kind of really give the feeling that they knew how to make, like, a visor feel like you're actually inside of the visor, you know? Like, you get static on the visor. It's all a lot of really cool effects I really think are worth mentioning. Even though this game is old and, like, everyone who wanted to play it probably has, you know. It's still pretty cool. I might be wrong, but I don't think Rare or Retro Studios was really that big back then. Not to, you know, water down anything. That was a nice shot, by the way. Not to water down anything they may or may not have, you know, been worked on in the past, but okay, good. It's the final fight where she has two phases. Gotcha. I know they worked on Donkey Kong in 2010, and I think after that as well. But man, to think that this might have been one of their earlier titles, that's why I still love them to this day, because it's so crazy how they made being in a visor feel like being in a visor before a lot of games really handled that very well. What? Oh my god. Ugh. I want such a cool finish, man. What? Now we're just killing time, honestly. I don't know a faster way to make it exit. I don't know if Dark Samus still does this, but she used to put up a force field. Oh, for me, it's whenever she gets close. I know that she does it in the first fight. For sure. In the first fight, she tries to run into you to intentionally hit you up. There's no better HUD in all of gaming. I think that this makes me feel like I'm really in the visor. You know, I think Advanced Warfare, as much as everyone shits on Advanced Warfare for being a bad Call of Duty game, which in my mind is totally fair, Advanced Warfare does the thing, and that's because of the better hardware, where they put an actual like video file, or they actually put something on your screen where you talk to Kevin Spacey, which is, they need to stop putting real people in Call of Duty like that, especially the very memorable people. But it's not to shit on like Kit Harington and Kevin Spacey for it. I just think it's kind of obnoxious. But they do that one thing where they put it on, and I'm like, okay, that's pretty cool. You know, if you want to have like a neural network, a neural interface. Deus Ex also does it pretty well. If you've ever played Human Revolution, I wish I could recommend Mankind Divided without putting an entire essay behind it, but, you know. What? How did that make any sense? Oh, am I supposed to, like, turn this? I am, aren't I? Yeah, there's a spinner. I realized it. Yeah, I like that they try to deceive you with Dark Samus dying, but it becomes the thing where like Dark Samus dies so much, you kind of expect her to come back. I'll be honest, when I first beat Corruption, I was like, yeah, you know, she's gone, but I feel like you've come back too many times already for this to really be the end. But then I thought about it and I was like, you know what, but the destruction of all Phazon kind of means that she can't really come back. So it kind of made more sense when I thought about it. Like, you can't really pull the whole I died, I'm not coming back thing and actually, like, play it off as, like, a real thing and not just a way to, like, juke out the characters in universe, you know? It's got to be something you handle a little tastefully. Not to say that this game doesn't. The first time you fight her, I was like, there's no way you're only fighting her once, but she explodes, and I'm like, oh, maybe that's just it. But no, it's the same entity every single time is actually a really cool touch. Alright, my least favorite visor, even though I like the way this looks. Like, look at this shit, man. And in true Metroid fashion, you get the item, now you need to use it to get out. Do you scan this at all? I don't even think you could see it. Yeah, it's not even... I don't even think it's a thing on the visible spectrum. See, it's invisible. Alright, I don't think there's anything else up here, if I'm not mistaken. I think this elevator has its own full-on cutscene, which is cool. Yeah, it's Metroid Prime, like, animated through living Phazon. I actually like this cutscene a lot, by the way. It's kind of unique amongst all the elevator cutscenes. They use the same angle and everything. All doors locked. Here. Yeah, I like how you could see it there, but you have to kill it by looking at it in the Echo Visor. That's the one thing, like, they obviously force you to try to use the Echo Visor, even though you should just be able to, you know, see it normally. You shouldn't need to do all that. Or at least if you hit it normally, right? You know what I mean? But whatever. Alright, cool. She's like a spore cloud. That is actually a good way of putting it, yeah. Without the source, I mean, she can't exist. I don't know, I just, you know, it's the same thing I said about a lot of things. Like, you can't pretend to kill off your villain every 5 minutes, unless you're like a Saturday morning cartoon. In which case, like... Wait, I haven't been through here? Oh, is this the screw attack gap? Yeah, I can't go through here. Okay, so now we're going to get the screw attack. I'm gonna save because I might do Caretaker wrong. We also can go back in there. So let me really quickly save. So I actually didn't need to come over here. The dark room, the Dark World version of that elevator base is an ammo room. I think you're right. And that's what I mean. Like, it's really cool. I wish that they had the time they needed to fully diversify these two worlds. I definitely will say it doesn't feel like the game is incomplete. I just think that the game focuses a lot on backtracking, which is fine. I think this is about the most I could reasonably stomach. Not like the literal limit, but it's towards the upper end of stomachability. I just made that word up. In terms of backtracking and figuring stuff out. Because I think the one thing I want to do with my 100% save of this game is to actually get all the pickups. So that way I can, you know, fully get the end, get the true ending, the 100% ending. All right. I think we could actually solve this down here, right? All right, I gotta figure out how this sounds. Oh no, you need the Annihilator beam for this, right? With a sonic pulse. Yeah, okay. Don't ask me how light and dark energy combine to form a sonic pulse, but whatever. Look at that shit. Beautiful. Look, it's the game's rules, okay? I didn't make up the game's rules. I merely played the video game. We are going back downstairs, okay. Yeah. They basically gate you out of it until you get the Annihilator beam. That's like one of the few overworld usages of it. Deus Ex does a good HUD. Basically, you know, like, I think there's games that kind of do it well, but this game always really comes back to me, even more so than, like, Halo, right? I hate to compare Metroid to Halo. I'm sure that's the comparison that everyone is beyond sick of. But I really do think that Metroid gets it done really, really nicely. Like, I feel like Halo is perfectly fine for, like, competitive and everything. But if I'm looking for a campaign experience, I have to go with Metroid. For sure. I feel like you get way more out of a Metroid playthrough than you do a Halo campaign run. And I reasonably like Halo, right? Like, I don't hate Halo. I'm not, like, the biggest fan of it. I'm certainly not the level of fanboy that a lot of my friends were. Oh, please tell me they're still dead. I think they stay dead. Yeah, okay. So what's actually cool is that this guy might actually sprout. Yep. We can bust this. And leave. I can't leave. Alright, I want to make him despawn. I would literally rather fight this thing than fight that dude. Nintendo has some of the best campaigns. I mean, it's very easy when you have some of the most innovative and fun gameplay, even after 20, 30 years almost. I mean, Mario is, what, just had its 35th anniversary, right? So we're only 5 years away from, like, the 40th anniversary of a lot of these franchises. Right? Like, it was, what, 1983, right? Maybe? I might be wrong. 1986, I think, if it's 35. This must be Agon Wastes. Yep. Okay, we don't need to go there. Actually, where does this lead to? You know what? Let's get the screw attack first, because once we get the screw attack, we can have pretty much everything we need to traverse any environment. You know, when you have such formulas as Zelda and Metroid and Mario, it's I don't want to say it's easy, obviously, you know. Someone had to tread this ground in the first place. Oh, he didn't wake up this time. Cool. But there's definitely a certain level of, well, I mean, you know, you could keep doing the same stuff over and over and make a couple changes here or there, and you could just do that for literally half a century, and I don't think anyone would complain. That's why people loved this game when it came out, and its predecessor, because it took the side-scrolling Super Metroid formula everyone loved, and I hate these things. And it completely innovated it into almost its own style of game. And then it got a whole new breath of fresh air by having Wii controls. This is one of the few games I actually will stomach playing on the Wii. Because I feel like playing with the ability to aim all over the screen actually does add something to the experience. I do have to... Okay. Let me do this real quick. Okay. Why am I getting added? Oh my god. It better be important. Let's see. Let's see. What are they doing in my Discord server? Oh, they're tagging. Okay. I thought something actually serious was going on. Alright. I just want to make sure nothing serious was going on. So, you know how it is. Discord is basically like the new most important social media outlet. I stopped using Facebook ages ago. I fucking hate Facebook. I don't even talk to 90% of the people on my Facebook anyway. It's less like the adding friends and more like just adding people that you are associates with. It's upstairs, isn't it? I fell all the way down. Oh, I mean, I got to save. That's why I stopped using that shit. Did he physically melee me? Y'all can't be doing that shit, man. See, and you can still kind of reliably aim, even without, like, because holding R is cool. There's nothing wrong with holding R at all. But being able to actually, like, aim where you want works. Never had Facebook, never understood it. Good! You're doing the right thing. Alright, good. I counted that. You're not missing anything. You're missing a bunch of advertisements fed in your face. Alright, we need to clear out the room first, and then we can do our thing. What? Whoa! And they made the morph ball actually kind of feel like you're not just like sliding on the ground, you know? Imagine what the controls would be like playing Metroid Prime Trilogy on PC with Dolphin emulator with mouse and keyboard. So I actually played Metroid Prime in VR. It was obviously like a modded version of it, right? But obviously, like, you know, there's people like us out there who genuinely like understand the Metroid Prime experience, right? And they like this game in terms of VR. I can't even see this thing. This game is basically like VR bait. Let's be real here. Long before VR was ever considered. I mean, you could count the Virtual Boy. There you go. You can scan it. Come on. Yeah, here we go. Look at this thing. Now, this thing, it looks like a giant plunger. It's actually scary. I have a Twitter, I never go on it. And I have a Tumblr, I never post anything on. I have a Twitter just for the channel. I basically don't talk to anyone on it and haven't in a long time. It's all good. Nothing crazy. Oh my god, come on, go away. Stop this. Alright, 3 shots. That's normal mode right there. They do not take only 3 shots at all. Four. I guess it's 3, maybe 4. I don't know. I guess the explanation is that they put like cloaking technology on these things, so you can't see it. I guess the ink can't destroy what they can't see. I don't think you need to scan them, because like I said, you can't even see them. Like, they look like this, basically, which is just an antenna or whatever. We got them on my computer for once in a blue moon. Yeah, what's going on, Ash? How's it hanging? But yeah, I played Metroid Prime 1 in VR. Man, let me tell you, I really don't like VR. I don't own a VR headset, but I was losing my mind at how much fun it was to re-experience a game I knew in VR that I know works in VR. Like, not every game works in VR. But man, did Metroid Prime 1 translate so well into a VR. The only thing is that the controls weren't made for Xbox and they weren't made to be modded the way they were. But I was having fun, you know, like actually, that's like the next step to feeling like you're actually in the visor, you know? Alright, you can't scan it here. I think if you come in here, it's too late. You're trapped. Yeah, this is one of the bosses that used to annoy the shit out of me. But with Spring Ball, falling actually does not present the same risk. Oh, shit. You know? You motherfuckers. Because what he does is he shocks the floor if you fall too much. But since you could just Spring Ball up at any point, you know, you could do that. You could be tactical about it. It changes the whole fight to be able to do that. Oh, come on. You could intentionally take hits and not have to wait for a bomb jump to be able to get back up higher, you know? Seen better days. I know that feeling. Oh, come on. This dude. I baked cookies. I actually baked chocolate chip cookies. I wasn't looking. I actually baked chocolate chip cookies. It was a kind of a cool little thing I did. Oh, whoops. They are bumping the shit out of my Discord. I don't know why. That's what I mean. You have to play this version of the game. The original version is definitely inferior because you really do need the ability to jump on command. If they didn't add that to the Wii version, they'd be about equal. It would be just, you know, if you could stomach motion controls. Hilarious. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. What an asshole. Hey, he got me. He got me again. I ate fajitas. That sounds delicious. I had spaghetti with barbecue sauce. By choice, by the way. I'll eat stuff like that. Don't try me. I love doing creative things. I just had the barbecue sauce kind of just existing around, so I was like, sure, why wouldn't I want to eat it? It was some pretty good barbecue sauce too, let me tell you. Yeah, who cares? I'm a grown man. I can make grown man decisions. I'm a big boy. Oh, this is all bad angles to hit that. See, I can intentionally just not hit that and just hop right back on. All the Morph Ball bosses kind of just became like, I don't want to say jokes, but they're definitely not as serious now. I'm gonna be warming up some breakfast burritos when I get home. Now, dude, you guys got the better cuisine than I did. I had, I think it's kale and barbecue with spaghetti. I don't care. I'll eat it. Hell yeah. Pulled pork with barbecue instead of marinara? How about both? Listen, when I used to go eat at Subways all the time... Oh, it's Echo again. When I used to eat at Subways, I used to get a whole bunch of good shit out of Subways, man. I loved eating at Subways. Disgusting. Oh, come on. Don't judge me on my food. Food is like the one thing I love. I eat anything except fruit. I cannot eat fruit. As all my friends know, they always go through the same thing. Every time I say it to someone who doesn't know me, they're like, "You can't eat fruit?" And I'm like, "No, I cannot eat fruit. Thank you for, you know," I went the wrong way, by the way. Lol. You have to go left. Amazing. I also don't really eat nuts either. I love barbecue. Yeah, barbecue's so good, man. You know, I just realized that these hatches actually move out of the way. I never saw that before. That's actually really cool. What's wrong with fruit? Nothing. I just, if I were hypothetically, like, let's say to eat a banana, an apple, a peach, an apricot, an orange, I would feel the immense and immediate need to want to vomit. There is no, it's probably, being real with you, just a psychological response. I don't know why I have it, I just have it. I just do not eat fruit. Now I could like drink apple juice, I could do all that other stuff. Anything that's processed, right, is fine. And in fact, I like a lot of fruit flavored things, but I cannot like eat fruit in its basic form at all. Of anything, it's probably one of the healthiest food groups you could consume. So don't take this as me saying it's unhealthy. I just cannot personally eat it. Tomatoes are fine. I don't have a problem with tomatoes. I missed every single shot. Okay. We're getting to the areas that are kind of big. Alright, see ya. Easy. Alright. So this is actually a link back to where we were before. Only fruits I eat freely would be watermelon and apples. Yeah, I can't do that. It's really bananas that make me feel disgusted. I like, even the smell of it kind of makes me like retch a little bit. How do I get back up? There you go. And I've just been like that for as long as I can remember. So there is literally nothing like, I've asked doctors about it. It's not even, it's not serious. It's not life-threatening at all. Only thing life-threatening about me not eating fruit is, I guess, because I eat other stuff. But it's more because I eat the other stuff that's incredibly unhealthy. Alright. I actually really like how they put the little sticks there to let you know when to plant the bomb. That's actually like a really cool little touch. I feel that way about bananas. You know what really gets me? Plantains. I hate plantains. The smell, the look, the taste of it's pretty bad. So like someone will like eat an apple, eat a banana, eat an orange, and they'll get like the aroma of it like on their fingers or something. I don't even want to touch anything that they touch afterwards. That's how bad it is for me. And it's really bad. It's not like life-cripplingly bad. It's just, you know, what the fuck genetics or mental state, whatever it is. Thanks for basically making me into a weirdo. What? What? He landed on my head. I've never seen them do that. I think if you knock them into the abyss, they don't recover and they fall to their death. But it's kind of hard because they don't really fly very far when knocked down. Look at that homing. Get out of here. Good times, man. So where am I going? Yeah, it's a cooked banana. It's really fibrous. I think there's a certain kind that they have people cook with and use. It's kind of, most of the people I know that use it are Hispanic, and they love it. They think it's amazing. And every time I just think about it, I'm like, no, that is not for me. No, thank you. How do I change maps? Oh god, 2 is such a weird button. So why couldn't we go through this door? There must be blocked by something. You know what? I think if you try to go through here in the light world, there's nothing. So you actually do need the screw attack to do this. Just this is better than having to hold R and like adjust with the control stick for sure. Because look at how precise you could be with this. You could be damn near a sniper before the Imperialist ever existed. I didn't. I remember the good old days of Metroid Prime Hunters Online. It's basically run for the sniper. Would you believe it? If they could have done 360 no-scope montages in Metroid Prime Hunters, they would have. Also, if you guys join the Discord, make sure you get your roles. Just so that way you can post in the chat. I just made it easy so people can post. We don't have spam. And, what's it called? If you don't want to be alerted about stream times, I only at the stream role. You know, just to be nice. I forgot to tell what's his name that he also needed to get that role. I was gonna walk him through it, but I forgot, and I haven't seen him on streams in a while. Oh man. I am full. One memory I have of playing Prime 1 was getting the space jump routes right after you land on the planet. Yes, I think they did patch that, though, in this version. That's actually one of the more famous sequence breaks in Metroid, is that I think if you go to the artifact temple room and you, like, lock on, you can, oh, crap. There's dark wasps? Oh, shit. Let me get these. Yeah, these are new. Holy shit. Okay. It's all the Darkling flyers, so as you can see, we're basically getting everything. But I do think I missed those ing web traps and the weblings. And I burned right through the weblings and did not even think about it. But yeah, the space jump boots early lets you get a whole bunch of stuff early. It basically is one of like the key upgrades that gates you out of stuff for like the beginning half of Metroid Prime. So because of that, you're able, I think, to get to Magmore early. There's actually a way to get to Magmore legitimately early. And I never knew that because I just have always done this game in order, you know? I did that immediately. Okay, good. Just checking. I feel like I'm going to delay Dead Space again, honestly. Not that I just kind of want to play Metroid Prime 1 after this. I got to play Pikmin 2. Pikmin 2, I think, is next on the chopping block. And then Star Fox Adventures. Oh no, don't do this to me. Thank you. And all the ammo falls. Okay. I like that in Metroid Prime 3, if you demorph, you do like front flips and stuff if you're in the air. But yeah, when I was playing this game and it was new, I kind of remember some of the stuff I used to do in 5th grade, honestly, playing some of this again. Because this game, most of my playtime for it, I mean, it was also 4th grade, but a lot of the ones that I remember was 5th grade. Because in 2004, I was entering 4th grade. Yeah, it's that long ago. How awful. No, I didn't mean to do that. No. Yeah, if you stand on the back corner of the... That was close. Stand on the back corner of the ship, you look at the door, you kind of have to strafe jump and turn at the same time to land on the platform. Yeah, you just barely make it, but I mean, you know, barely making it. It's very reliable, actually. You know, I say that. I've done it a couple of times. I think they fixed it in this version. I don't think you could do the scan jump in this version like you could the other one. I know that one of the glitches that's actually game-breaking in Metroid Prime 1 is that artifact in the room, I think, where you fight the elite pirate. If you don't collect it on certain versions of the game, it locks the game for good because it disappears and despawns the artifact and you can never beat the game. I believe that's only on the original version that it completely fucks up like that. I think on one of the versions of the game that they made, it stays there forever, like they fixed the despawning. And then I think this version, and the forever version, as I'm going to call it, is that they fixed it so you just can't leave the room until you pick it up. Completely eliminating that you could mess that up. They lock the doors until you pick up the artifact. And that's at the end of the game, by the way. That could very well be like the last artifact that you get in the game. Imagine playing for like 8 hours, you know, minimum, on like a first, second, or third playthrough. And then you completely screw everything up. And you have to start over. I mean, it's not that these games are hard necessarily. You know, you don't... Who wants to get to the end of something and mess up, right? Especially when it's longer than 3 hours, you know? In my opinion, if you have a game where you have, like, an achievement to, like, not die or not save and beat the whole game, it can't really be longer than, like, 3 or 4 hours, you know? That's why I never did Dead Space 3's thing. Because I'm like, I don't want to get to the end and the game glitches out. It's an EA game. Of course it's going to glitch out. What are you talking about? Okay. Alright. Iron Man challenge? Yeah, basically. I kind of wish the door didn't lock. That's kind of bad. Alright. How many Dark Temple keys do I have? 0. A resounding 0. I actually don't know where they are. Well, obviously they're in the Dark World. There's not really too much that we haven't already done. So what I'll do is I'll go back across to the temple, and that way I can go get the power bomb door. Thank you. Is it this way? Wait, which way leads to the temple? Oh, upstairs, okay. Don't get me wrong, I like a good challenge in a game, but, you know, first of all, your game has to be, like, reasonably not glitchy, right? Like, no one wants... Shit. I forget what that does. I didn't do it right, whatever. I like that you never need to actually fall down. You could just move beyond those and never have to fight them. Alright, we can skip that. I really want to say that there's a lot of kudos to be given for basically implementing like every major Metroid pickup in this game. I'm really hard-pressed... I can't move. I'm really hard-pressed to think of a Metroid pickup that does not work in this game, or isn't in this game, pretty much. Like, beams, yeah, you know, they didn't put all the classic beams in, but they did more or less put in, like, everything, right? Iron Man challenge is a nightmare in Mass Effect 1, considering that a lot of enemies in the game can one-shot you. In Mass Effect 1, you want to know what I mean, Mass Effect 1, I guess. I think certain classes have it easier. I fucking cannot believe I just did that. A lot of classes in Mass Effect 1 have it really easy, though, because in Mass Effect 1, crap, wait, how do I get back to... Oh my god, I have to go back around. In Mass Effect 1, you have immunity, and this is one of my favorite examples of, like, actual min-maxing in a game, is that in Mass Effect 1, you can actually, like, diversify your stats and everything enough that you could pretty much become unkillable. Immunity is like an 80% mitigation buff with a duration of who cares, because its cooldown is lower than its duration by more than like a second. That basically means that immunity has a 100% uptime. And needless to say, anything with a 100% uptime is incredibly broken in almost any video game it exists in. Because every single time someone shoots you, you just take 80% less, and I think that's before any other mitigation. What did that even do? You gotta forgive me. I don't even know what that does. I have no clue what that even does. Alright, at least he's kind of floating towards me. Alright, cool. You know, just taking like an energy tank or so of damage is not really going to affect me too much. Now, what does that even do? Oh. Yeah, I only do Iron Man challenges if, like, there's an actual difficulty or reward or something for doing them. I don't really do them otherwise. Alright, now it makes sense. You need both visors to do this. But I did beat Mass Effect 1 on Insanity. In fact, when I started another playthrough of it, I actually forgot to take it off of Insanity. Because basically in that game, you could get your stuff so powerful, it almost doesn't really matter what difficulty you play on. You could get the bonus pickup for weapons that lets you shoot through shields. Like, you deal half damage, but you ignore shields. Like, yeah, broken. Don't care. If you could deal damage directly to health, who gives a shit how much shields they have? You can ignore them. And, like, don't get me wrong, Overload is still good. You know, so you could deal the full 100. But who cares? You could, as preemptively, you could just deal fucking 100. That's why did not screw attack. That's what I mean. Like, people say, like, Mass Effect 1 is the hardest game because of, like, how outdated it is. And I actually say the opposite. I legitimately think Mass Effect 1 is the easiest game in the trilogy. Even on a new game playthrough. I mean, maybe new game Insanity with no... Obviously, you can't bring in, like, bonus stuff from, like, you know, pre-import it from the other games or whatever. But, like, even on, like, a new game plus, or just a new game, I kind of feel like it's still one of the easiest ones. Only thing I hated about Mass Effect 1 is the autosave. What about it? I actually don't recall anything about the autosave. Maybe there is none, I don't know. I think it's very lax in that game. Yeah, you do have to kind of manually save it. Quite often, actually. Trying to remember. I would just manually save in general, to be completely honest with you. My thing about games is I just manually save as often as possible. Like, maybe not so much in this stream. I know I've said... Oh, geez. I know I've made that mistake before. You know, maybe not so much in this stream. Maybe I've said things like, oh, I don't really think I should, right? Just because I want to save time. But, like, if I was playing this game, like, casually, I'd be saving at every single checkpoint. Every single save station I would save my game at. Every single one. No reason not to. The only time I didn't was my first stream that I ever did. Can this thing appear with the echo visor? No, okay. Can you shoot this without this visor on? Alright, no. The game checks to see what visor you're in. Okay. Yeah, you can make a lot of progress and die and it wouldn't autosave. Yeah, I remember that now. You could, like, explore a full planet, do everything on the planet, and then, like, the game would not save any of your progress. I remember that now. I think I'm just in the habit of saving often. Early and often and as much as I can. But man, I love Mass Effect 1. Good times. A lot of... That was like... I know I got to it late because it came out in like 2007. But it was a really fun game to play in like 2010. I think the sequel is really just like... I don't know. I know a lot of people like it. I don't like the way the story of Mass Effect 2 is structured. I also kind of don't like the way the gameplay is structured. I feel like it just becomes a generic third-person shooter. And they have way too many squad mates for the amount that you're able to take into combat. I think it's some like 12 squad mates in that game. It's actually kind of ridiculous. Alright, so now we need to start finding Dark Temple keys. That's not what I want to do. They obviously have to be in places we haven't already been to. I'm pretty sure we have everything. Now it's just find Dark Temple keys. I mean, but Mass Effect 2 is a modern game, so it'll quick save all the time. I mean, nowadays you take a game with auto-save and quick save, like, just for granted. Whoops. Like Mass Effect 2, I found a couple things too obnoxious. Overall, it's my favorite out of the two. Yeah. There's a lot of things I like about Mass Effect 2. I think it's, like, the perfect example of how to have, like, a game with a non-linear structure to it. Because Mass Effect 2 has a main story, don't get me wrong, but it does kind of feel like a filler game, but it does a lot of world building. And that's one of the things I like about Mass Effect 2 so much, is that it expands so much more, because now that, you know, the first game was kind of just like a proof of concept. Here's our game. You know, we don't know if it'll be popular or not. Mass Effect 2 does not suffer from that. Mass Effect 2 can just go on ahead and say, hey, this is what I want to do with our game. Here's what we're going to do with it. And they expand the characters. They were free to, you know, they had a better engine, right? You know, Mass Effect 1 has its charms, but I wouldn't say it holds up too well. I just missed the min-maxing of Mass Effect 1. I feel like they got rid of that in favor of a more generic combat system. There was something very appealing to me. Oh shit, look at this. Something very appealing to me about playing Mass Effect 1 versus 2 or any of the other games. Can you, like, go away, please? Thank you. Oh, and welcome home. Good to know you're home. How do I get out of here? Oh, let's test the thing. The save room thing. It's a good thing you're still here. I'm glad we got a spare room we could test this. Alright, so does a super missile break a normal missile door? No! There you go, myth busted. And obviously that super missile was not a dud because it bounced off and it killed the other thing. No, the game counts them as separate things. Entirely separate entities. Alright, just for complete clarity, we're gonna try... I don't have the light buster, actually. Holy shit. How do I cancel? Thank you. I can only try the dark burst, but we could try the dark burst and see if that will do it. Obviously, if the super missile doesn't, it won't, but we could just do this anyway. Nope. Bounces right the fuck off. Hilarious. I'm glad that we were able to test that live, just because I've never done it. I'm like, oh, it's a red door missile. Yeah, no, that would be like... You remember back in the day they used to do, like, video game Mythbusters? That would have been one of those video game Mythbusters. It would have been like... Because I know they used to do it for, like, Modern Warfare and stuff, right? And you could find out cool stuff about the game from it. Does TMJD, irritation of the jaw and popping and cracking worth worrying about, and eating soft foods for the rest of your life? I don't know if it doesn't cause you pain and discomfort. I think you'd be fine. Like, I have joints that pop constantly. You might even hear them on my recordings. Like, it's usually my ankle. Obviously the jaw is a little bit more... How do I put this? It's a little more annoying if your jaw was popping constantly, right? Because you use it to talk. But, you know, I wouldn't necessarily think anything wrong of it. As long as it's not painful, it'd probably be fine. Sounds like something that belongs on the wiki. Yeah, feel free to clip this if you want. Do whatever, yeah. I'm sure, you know, someone else has probably done it, but, I mean, more knowledge is power. It could be something like the power beam might alter the missile itself. Because technically the super missile in this series is not, like, really a missile, unlike Zero Mission. It's a beam weapon combo. Now, that could just be their way of including it as something different besides having, like, more powerful missiles. Because, you know, they already have so much stuff for you to shoot at enemies in this game. But like, you know, the name super missile would imply that it could do what a normal missile doesn't, right? There's also no, like, power-up stacking in this game, which is one of the things I do like about this game and its predecessor. Alright, so there's a way to get over this. As you can see, you could jump over it. And I forget what the video actually did to do it. Yeah, I don't think you could demorph in the air. There's something that they were able to do to, like, get themselves to demorph, and they could get over it. There's a way that they did this, and I'm not going to be able to do it, so we're going to have to actually play the game legit. It uses 5 missiles. Yeah, no, totally. I agree. You're like, hey, the super missile, so it's a better missile, and you'd be wrong. Alright, I don't know where all the things are. It can't be that hard to find, obviously. That's the way in. You can't even get in without doing the thing. Alright, so there's not really anything we can do over here. As you can see, we've already done everything. We did everything over there, right? No keys over there. It must be down below. Yeah. Okay, I didn't go back that way. So maybe that leads to at least one. It has to, so let's go. I'm not in pain, just irritated by it. Yeah, I could understand why the jaw would really irritate the shit out of you for that. I got it in my legs, or rather in my ankles. And, I mean, I'm a joint cracker, so I kind of don't mind it. But I know that, like, my mic is pretty sensitive. Like, you've heard the dudes drive down the street. Like, you already know. That's obviously not fun to listen to. Bound to be a flaw in programming. Yeah, it's oversight. It happens. I guess they never figured that someone would actually want to waste a super missile to open a normal missile door, you know? And they would be right. Like, who the hell wants to actually do that? Most normal people wouldn't. Unfortunately for them, I am not most normal people. So I guess we could have come this way earlier, and I just didn't. Alright, nothing. The Echo Visor's a cool concept. I feel like in another game it would be like a really cool idea to have, you know? They have it in, what was that one game that came out where the main character's blind and she has to use her cane to, like, feel her way around? It's like a horror game. I think it's called Perception, just like flat out called Perception. But maybe not like a whole... What? Oh my god, you? Okay, goodbye. Maybe not like a whole game based around it, but you know what I mean. Like, as a portion of something, it would be kind of cool. Recover temple key. What? Are you... Oh, it's in the thing. That's hilarious. Wow. It's in the thing I did in the Light World that gave me the missile expansion. Yeah, there's a key in that. I remember now. Mm-hmm. Somehow that reminds me of a game called Don't Open Your Eyes. Is that like an indie, like, horror game or something? I know indie horror is like a really rich genre if there's games in it that you really, really like. Oh, by the way, we're going to test your theory twice right now. Nope. So it's not just that door. There you go. Indie horror would be like... I know, but a lot of people already have play indie horror games. Like, on my channel, I just kind of play what I want to play, I'll be honest with you. I'm actually really grateful Oh, hold on. Let me snatch this real quick. I'm actually really grateful that on my channel, I'm able to play what I want to play at the speed I want to play it. Obviously, you know, not 10,000, 100,000 subscribers or anything, but I think that freedom, both of choice and from having to do stuff, is you know, at least pretty decent, right? Sometimes it nags me, though. Alright, I really hope that there's a temple key this way, because I know that this leads to, I know this leads to the Sky Temple key, and I don't want to grab that. I don't want to go all the way out here for nothing. You make choices to describe the features of a monster that has entered your room, and listen to the feedback as he... What? I found it very interesting. I truly love playing it. Yeah, psych horror is something I don't want to mess with, honestly. That's why, like, PT, I would have been a playthrough I would have actually probably had a heart attack playing. I'm out of shape, dude. If something scares me, I might just die in this chair. Oh, shit. These are Ing larvae, right? You can tell that they're... Oh, that's all the Ing, by the way. We've scanned every single Ing. They're reskins of the scarabs, but whatever. Listen, if I start shitting on this game for reskins, I'm gonna have to murder Final Fantasy. Doesn't jump scare you, it makes you feel genuinely unsettled. Yeah, that's the type of stuff I'm scared about, dude. Like, I don't like stuff where you can't fight back. That's why I don't play, like, Five Nights at Freddy's, specifically, and stuff like that. Like, I like horror where you can fight back. Again, which might not be, you know, the most realistic thing ever, but whatever. So I pretty much came out here for nothing, because I don't think there's a Dark Temple key out here. Oh, boy. Because I know that that's where there's a Sky Temple key there, but you can only get it when you can ride beams of light. On one of my playthroughs of this game, maybe even both, I came out there and I was like, huh, why can't I get the temple key that I know is right here? And yeah, that's why. If you open your eyes, the monster disappears and the game ends. Well, how do they know that your eyes are open? Is it like a VR game, or... Or I guess the game keeps reading you disturbing stuff, and then it's like, by the way, if you look at it, the game is over, dude. But there's a couple of indie games that really caught my eye that I considered playing. There's a couple good ones. So recently there was that one studio that was going to make that, like, Twitch e-girl game. Oh no, fuck. They were gonna make the Twitch e-girl game, and everyone kind of shat on them for it. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of other stuff behind that. But I genuinely think they wanted to make a game that fit with, like, the tone of what's been going on in culture. And I mean, let's be fair here. Like, everyone here is on a stream. I don't think any of you are oblivious to how streaming culture and Twitch culture is. Hilarious. And honestly, they've made other games. One of them was called Simulacra. I actually kind of wanted to play it. Pretty sure it's on Steam. Like, I like psychological horror. Contrary to how many psych horror games I've played, I actually do kind of like it as a genre. Because one of my favorite games is, what's it called? Eternal Darkness. I love Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem. And if you don't know what that game is, you are in for a treat. That game is amazing, and it will never get a sequel. I believe it was Nintendo's first published M-rated game by Silicon Knights. And unfortunately, what should have been the start of its own horror series basically went nowhere. And that's just, unfortunately, how the video game industry is, you know? It's like a text game, so you click different answers. Oh, why do I feel like I've heard of this game. Maybe. Probably not. It sounds cool though. To repeatedly open your eyes makes the monsters more and more disgruntled. It has like a sound component to it, right? Because I could see how that would be pretty spooky. Whoops. Alright, where's the last thing? Oh, maybe there was a dark temple key in the area. What was staging area? Oh no, it's in staging area. Okay, my bad. We need to go back there. Yeah, see, there's no way to link over there. Oh my god. So we actually need to use the portal here, and then walk through that normally, and then we need to go back over there. Yeah, because we haven't been over there. Okay. No. I do like the power beams icon in this game. I like text-based games, but one of my biggest things about playing them is like you don't actually know like what is or isn't an appropriate response. So sometimes the game will be like, oh well, you know here I don't know what you're talking about. Basically, like when I would play Zork in Black Ops, that was one of those things where I was like, I want to respond a certain way, and the game doesn't let me. And plus, Zork in Black Ops doesn't let you save your progress, so you basically have to sit through it in one sitting. In my opinion, the cooler thing about it was that you could put a whole text adventure game in that and run it on the 360. That was, in my opinion, the coolest part of it. Oh, this thing's gonna wake up. Oh, come on, stay in there. Okay. I think I heard somewhere it was a metaphor about isolationism. And the way people who separate themselves and hide from others are viewed as monsters, or at least weird. I mean, I could believe it. I don't know. Did the developers specifically say that? Because one thing I found is that if developers don't specifically state what they want out of something or what they expect you to understand from it, a lot of people will interpret it a lot of different ways. And sometimes, you know, it's cool to speculate on stuff, especially when it's like things like open-ended or left to the mind. But, I don't know. I mean, but it kind of makes sense, right? Like, you imagine the worst, most awful thing just because you yourself can't really conceive of it, you know? And it wouldn't be hard to apply that to, like, people as a whole. People you don't know, people you hypothetically may or may not know. Alright, let me, how do I do it? What? That was interesting. Weren't there huntering in here before? I guess they leave. Alright, here we go. We have all systems. I thought this was next gen. Wait. So why is this thing here? Whatever. Oh. Would you believe it's that simple? Have you ever reached out your hands as far as you could, grasping and grasping for what you want, only to find out it's long been out of your grasp? Is this what my hands look like? What? Oh, like he has like really, really long hands? So what is he, slender? Is he Slender Man? Well, unfortunately for Mr. Slender, I'm not a teenage girl. I'm staying my ass right at home where it's safe. We need to... we need to go back. You can enter from that side, but we don't need to. So what portal are we using to get over there? I guess we have to use this portal, right? Alright, so we have to... As dumb as this is, we have to go back to the light world to re-enter the dark world in another location. Oh shit. Would you not? Like, seriously. Oh my god, I wasn't... Got it, okay. That's what I was saying, you have to tell him what he thinks you look like. No, it's cool, I understand what you're saying about it. Yeah, I get that. It would be like, you create, like, your own worst nightmare. That would be pretty cool. Oh no, actually it would be horrifying, never mind. but I mean, that's the point of horror. Dude, I'm telling you, when Five Nights at Freddy's came out, I had legit nightmares about that shit. That was because I as a kid, I had a horrible experience with animatronics. I got scared the ever-living shit out of by a Chuck E. Cheese animatronic on a wall. I'll never forget that shit. I forgot that even happened to me until Five Nights came out. So if there's one thing I can give Scott Cawthorn besides starting an incredibly successful franchise, it's unironically reminding me of childhood trauma that I had actually repressed in the deepest, darkest recesses of my mind. Stuff that I literally locked away and threw the key out because I couldn't handle it. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll watch a playthrough a bit later to answer that question, though. Let's save before we fight Quadraxis. I don't need to go hit up beam stuff. You could definitely tell a lot of design detail went into everything about Sanctuary Fortress, which is really kind of cool. There's a reason I think this is one of my favorite areas in a video game. The only horror media that ever scared me and gave me nightmares was Insidious. Nightmares, yeah, totally. That's kind of hard to do because I usually don't dream that much anyway. But scare me, yeah. There's a couple of things out there beyond jump scares, because jump scares are like a startling thing. I'm talking about stuff that sticks with you. You can't get there, right? It didn't even let me jump. Oh my god. You can't get out there, right? Oh my god. Okay, no. It's just platforms. Hilarious. I'm like, huh, I've never noticed that before. Like, what if there's an energy tank there or something? Alright. Which way is the temple? This way. It's the other side. Okay. Insidious is pretty good, though. I know that. I used to hate, like, insects. Insects used to really, because one time I went to visit my relatives in Virginia, and they were in the middle of, like, having, like, an ant infestation. And I remember just being just terrified the whole time I was there. Usually what we would do is I would go down into the basement, and we would, like, play PlayStation 2 or whatever. That was one of the few times, I think that was the only time I ever went there, where I genuinely didn't even want to do anything downstairs with the PlayStation 2. Because they were just crawling in the carpets. They were just, like... It was a really, really bad time. And I said to myself, I don't even want to deal with this. And I didn't. I think I went down to play PlayStation 2 maybe once or twice. And that was it. The rest of it, I was upstairs staying away from them. Because they weren't upstairs. And I was very grateful that they weren't upstairs. If they were upstairs, that would have been the end of that shit. I would have been basically standing up, sleeping the whole time. That's why I like most open world games. The world is generally buggy enough that you can glitch your way into weird spots that weren't meant to be seen. I like finding stuff that developers didn't intend, but that you could do anyway. I think that's one of the coolest things about open world games, is experiencing things out of order intentionally. Like, I think that's one of the biggest game development changes in gaming history. Am I scanning the body? Oh no, they're all one and the same, okay. Oh my god, I already forgot how to do this fight. Excellent. Do you even hit this first? I think so, right? You have to destroy his kneecaps. Yeah, okay. This is also like the whole fight you're on like a limited timer. No, you can't just do that. Stop, please. I'm just gonna wait for it to glow blue again. Oh my god, they're really gonna do every single kneecap besides this one. Excellent. Oh, look at these pickups. a little generous there. I'll say that much. They got a heart of gold in this game. I had a bad experience with cockroaches. Some of my house got a horrible... Oh, shit. I didn't do the thing right. Got a horrible infestation. Fucking 3 of them landed on. Yeah, no, cockroaches can fly, and that's probably the one thing that I hated to have experienced just personally, you know? Like, out of all the things to find out randomly in life, that was probably one of the worst ones. For sure. I did not enjoy figuring that out randomly one day. I'm like, huh, what's that thing flying by? That's a pretty big fly. No. Spoiler alert, it wasn't a fly. It was the next worst thing. Fuck cockroaches, man. Someone on our floor used to have a cat, I think, and they would have like cat shit or something, and it would attract them. Because we used to have them, and now we don't at all. It will legitimately be a once-a-year event that a cockroach will be in this house. I think part of it is they also started like getting basically the Orkin Man to show up. Yeah, basically, I just let him hit me. It's really hard to dodge that. Alright, cool. I'm actually a little low on energy for this portion. But easy mode will kind of let me get away with this anyway. Whatever. Those one bullshit. Yeah, of course. Isn't it great? Dude, I have the worst luck imaginable. Oh my god, of course. I don't think you really need super missiles after this. You could use the light beam. This is just the one part of it that you have to hit it with. June bugs? No, I'm okay. I don't want to meet anything bigger. Water bugs, June bugs, whatever. I don't want to do it. That's why playing Animal Crossing, I'm like, that's not exactly the type of thing I want to capture. I'm okay. There must be an easier way to do this. I just don't remember it off the top of my head. Alright, cool. What do you have to do now? The separated legs, the stunned head, the separated head, and the unshielded head? There's a lot to scan in this fight. Shit sounds like a flying diesel engine. Oh, you guys know what that is? I don't even know what that is. I'll be honest with you. I don't even know what a June bug is. But just from the sound of it, I don't want to know. Is this the shielded head module? Yeah, okay. You need to... Oh, it's the stunned head. This is a different scan, by the way. Fuck this game. Genuinely. Actually, what do they want me to do? Is generating drones for defense while trying to restore assigned tactical link. Let's see. Oh, okay, cool. Good thing I read this. I'm gonna need to not use so many super missiles. I'm definitely low on pickups for this portion of the game. Do we do this yet? No, okay, not yet, no. We have to destroy every single thing. One thing that scared me as a kid was the one time I saw a bee the size of a damn toy. Yeah, honeybees especially grow really big. That's one of the things I really kind of hate about them. I know bees are good for the environment, unlike wasps and everything else, but man, they don't do themselves very many favors, if you know what I mean. Alright, cool. I have enough to do that one more time, and then I'm out of super missiles. Yeah, no, I've seen what wasps do. I didn't... You know that wasps eat meat? Fucking yellow jackets will legitimately eat anything. They're animals, dude. And yes, they literally are animals, but you know what I mean. They're fucking crazy, dude. That's why I hate those things. Alright, cool. This'll work. I hate them, man. Bugs are just things I hate, period. I'm not a fan of them. Someone will hate me for that, but at least I'll tell the truth. I'll die on the hill of the truth. Yeah, wasps don't do anything besides just be assholes. That's basically all they do. What happened to those missiles? Okay, I have them. I really think this is one of the cooler bosses. Hilarious. Alright, so here's what we have to do. We have to stun this fucker. There you go. And now we do it one more time. They just throw out all these pickups, man. Alright, whatever. I've actually never really gotten hit by that. It doesn't really do too much. Alright, we'll do this. Dude, it's just been non-stop yellows and blues. That is excessively overkill for healing. Did not need to know about wasps, Devin. Oh, horns are terrible, but they sting you in your face. Wasps lay eggs. Yeah, there's a wasp that does that for spiders, I think, right? Like it lays its young in the spider, and then it just hatches out of the spider and eats it alive. That's definitely been on like Discovery and other things. It's been featured in a lot. It's kind of one of those real things that you know, both of them are assholes. Honestly, like I said, I think bees are also kind of fucking assholes. The only unfortunate thing is that they basically perform a job that we can't really replicate on the same level. And they just do it for free, right? Like, there's no reason to hate them. But then a bunch of geniuses decided to bring killer bees and cross-pollinate them or cross... fuck killer bees, man. I don't know what genius thought it was a good idea to do that. Some diabolic asshole thought that was a good idea. That's the best I could put about it. Because killer bees are more productive. Yeah, but did you hear about the fucking name? They're called killer bees. They're not called friendly bees. They're called killer. I hate people sometimes. As I've gotten older, I've become more and more of a misanthrope. Humanity is the worst sometimes. Obviously, this is way more to do than bees, but holy shit, do I hate people sometimes. Yeah, knowing too much is a sin. I was actually saying that today when I was recording Nier. I'm like, knowing too much is literally a sin. Sometimes it's better to stay ignorant. And that's a thing in Bloodborne. The less you know about, the less insight you have in Bloodborne, the less that you could see in the game world. And the game is actually a little bit more peaceful and less fucked up when you have low insight. Because when you have high insight, you could see all the eldritch beings and shit. The thing that's cool about wasps is, if you want to get rid of them, like yellow jackets and shit, they don't, like, wasps can jump off of, like, water, but, like, a very good trap that I've seen people use to get rid of them is to, like, nail literal chicken to the bottom of a wood plank and, like, put it, like, an inch above, like, water, and put, like, soap into the water, because that destroys the water tension. So they try to bounce off the water and they can't, and they just die in it. And it's an incredibly effective trap that I will never use because I will never live with yellow jackets ever. Some people got like yellow jacket nests on the side of their houses and inside their walls and shit, and they just live with it. And I'm like, what the fuck do you mean you just live with it? I'm burning that house to the ground. I'm about to commit insurance fraud. So help me God. I'll commit insurance fraud. Fuck that. No. I don't know how people just accept. Yeah, well, there might be a lot of stuff here, but you know, it's a not. No, I hate people. We could go this way. I think this is the intended way they want you to leave. I never got the light burst. I don't know where it is off the top of my head. Oh no, we can't go this way, right? Is this Inkstorm? I think you can go through this room. Yeah, see, you could do it. This is basically to introduce you to the Inkstorm if you didn't do what I did earlier, so you know what they are. Oh, here, we could do this. I hate it. I hate insects. The only thing preventing me from moving to Australia is the insects. Yeah, the spiders. Dude, I've seen some dudes like talk about huntsman spiders. I'm like, how the no. I'm not dealing with it. It's not happening. I had a job in pest control one time, and you want to know why I was okay with it as a job? Because I didn't scan something, Luminoff. I don't know what. I didn't scan something. Oh, do you hypercharge a portal? Does that do anything? No. Okay, whatever. It's over near the elevator to Torvis Bog over on the temple grounds. By the way, if you try to leave, like, an area when you're possessing the light for it, they don't let you. They say that Umos prevents you from leaving the area. Hilarious. I thought that was a cool little thing to know about. Jesus. How much damage do they do? Oh, not a lot. So, like, you can't go back to temple grounds while holding the light for, like, a certain place, you know? I have to kill this thing. Oh, my God. Yeah, you could hypercharge one of the bubbles, but I'm not missing that. I'm not really sure what I'm missing. I'd have to look. I mean, I'm not going to use this save file anyway, like if I were to try to 100%, because I already messed up by missing the weblings, and I know that I have a 100% logbook in the other one. So that just makes it just a better file by default. Okay. It's the most complicated puzzle, but I actually kind of like this. It's not even used there. Like, I have to say, that is a pretty cool style of puzzle. But yeah, I don't know how people handle spiders and all this other stuff. Like, New York is... Okay, I say New York. New York City is pretty blessed. We don't really have shit like that. Not in Manhattan. Thank the Lord. I don't have to deal with any of that. Only thing I have to deal with are rats. I do not have rats in my apartment at all. That would be a really big deal. Like, more so than just, like, a rat in the street or something. That would be, like, we gotta start talking to a lot of people. Big deal. But we're kind of lucky. We don't really have, like, terrible inclement weather in New York. You know, people will point out Hurricane Sandy. That was considered freak weather for us, which was, you know... So all things considered, I really like where I am now. Because I do not like to deal with insects, and I do not like to deal with weather. I think you can also supercharge the weird light crystal bug in Agon. They disappear before you get the dark beam. They're only, like, that's another thing that's only in a room until you clear the room. And then once you clear the room, it disappears. I know what you're talking about. They don't come back. That's what I mean. This game has a lot of missables that are just kind of missables for the sake of it, you know? Kind of annoying. Yeah, they disappear. They're actually on the missable scan list. Here, can I link it in chat? Let's see. I should be able to, right? I'm the chat head. Of course I can. I could totally link this. According to that list. It says... Lightbringer, yeah, the moving safe zone in Dark Agon Waste. You only see it once. And I missed Weblings and Ing Web Trap, which is the worst, because that only appears in those one places. Specifically that room where I was in, I was just shooting everybody in the room. That was the one that had the Ing Web Trap, and I just didn't even think about it, because who looks at the door when there's 5 Ing trying to, you know, slap you around? Who even does that? No one. It's just there just cuz. Just a missable just to be a missable. But yeah, it could have been an extra scan. It would have been cool, because it would have encouraged you to go back and, like, mess around with different things, you know? Experiment. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to need to get more energy tanks before I do the end of the game. Am I missing any power-ups? Just the light suit. Okay. So what we'll do is I will, we're going to go back to Umos, we're going to get the light suit, and then basically we enter, you know, everyone's favorite portion of a Metroid game, which is where you start to, like, collect everything. It's the actual free roam segment of the game. Yeah, and that's not a one-way trip now, by the way, which is kind of cool. We can actually screw attack, I believe, the core. And that, I think, gives you a power bomb expansion or something, because the core is, like, matter, obviously. Here you go. The weather in Ohio is kind of random, especially during the beginnings and ends of seasons. It's as if the state forget what season it is. It's like Ohio asks itself, what season is it again? New York will have that sometimes. Like, it'll be October, and it'll be, like, super, super hot. Or it'll be March, and it'll be super, super cold. So we kind of have a little bit of blurring of the lines. But we don't get, like, 100-degree weather in New York, except maybe in the very peak of summer, which is kind of nice. Or no, we don't actually screw attack into this. I'm sorry, we do this. Can't see. Which is kind of the point of the Echo Visor. Alright. Live in Arizona. The only thing we ask is when monsoon season start. What? You got... Alright. Never knew that. That's never kept to the same time of year. What? Does it come from, like, the Southwest or some shit? I did not even know you guys had monsoons. I thought monsoons was like specifically like the Asian name for hurricanes or something. I don't know if there's like weather-wise a difference between them. Especially in the wintertime, we hardly got any snow, and all of a sudden we got like a foot of snow every Tuesday. Yeah, isn't it great? Dude, winter is now not like November, December, and January. It's like mid to late January into like February and March. But honestly, I'm not opposed to that. I don't really mind it too much. Kind of mind not being able to actually do stuff this winter though. Would have loved to go out, walk around Central Park in the snow. That would have been pretty cool. Kingdom Hearts turns 19 this year. Oh boy. Wait, 19? Yeah, it's 2021. Yeah, not 20. It's not 2022. 19 years of franchise. I mean, I gotta give Square Enix one thing for it. They stuck with it even long before Disney became a monopoly. Because make no mistake, Disney is a monopoly. I don't care what a bunch of bigwigs in Washington refuse to call it for what it is. It is a monopoly. Jackasses. There's lots and lots of rain. Okay, well that's fair enough. I don't know the official definitions of weather. That's not something even when I was a kid I was that interested in. I used to know all the different types of clouds because they taught us that in kindergarten, which I thought was pretty cool. I'm telling you, low-key, kindergarten was like the best grade of schooling I ever had. Upper kindergarten, I mean. Senior kindergarten. That shit was awesome. I loved it. Every day was fun. Every single day. And then I got older and school sucked. Do we do anything here now? Do we? Yeah. How do we get up top there? There's definitely a way to like screw attack from up top. Alright, cool. I'm not bugging, right? Oh, is it Dark Visor shenanigans? No. Alright, whatever. Forget it. I'm gonna have to come back and find at least a couple more energy tanks. Like, if I knew what I was doing, I could probably beat the game at this. Winter's a nightmare, especially when you work early in the morning before the snow trucks start plowing. Yeah. I mean, at least you got snow trucks. Some places I know they don't, and that's where the rough stuff begins. Even in New York City, some places they don't. Middle school and prison are the same thing. I mean, maybe if your cafeteria sucks. Pretty much every school I've ever been in is the most uptight fucking take yourself super seriously piece of shit imaginable, and I hated pretty much all of it. Like, I've had some classes that were cool, and then I've had some classes that were okay, but the teacher sucked. And then I've had some classes that were just taught poorly, and the teachers were cool. And then I've had some classes where just, like, it was just a disaster. It was just fucking a waste of time. Like, it was just terrible. So my education has been all over the place. And in some ways I kind of miss some of it, and in other ways I don't. So, you take the good with the bad. Where are we exactly? What? Why? Oh, isn't the light burst in this room? Hilarious. Yeah, there it is. Holy shit, I got it at the end of the game. But we need to use a dark portal to get in there. Oh, and the last thing we need to get is the sonic boom. Wherever that is. I had a cafeteria. The only good thing they had was sushi. It was like $10. So someone in my high school once stole from the cafeteria, and they would do it all the time, by the way, which I do not recommend. Don't fucking do that shit. But they would just steal just because they could, and I just I distinctly remember one time they stole sushi. So the poor guy who you know makes the sushi all day came the fuck out, and he started yelling. This man was like, "Yeah, it's him, it's him, it's him." Dude fucking lost his marbles. He going crazy. He came right over to my table because the guy who stole from it came to my table. I'm like, I didn't really care. I don't fucking father people. I don't really give a shit what they do. But he just came right over to this table. I'm like, oh shit. He never comes out of the cafeteria when we're here. What could possibly be going on? Fucking lost his mind. He was screaming so much. He had the security guard and everything. They hated us. They abso-fucking-lutely hated us. Oh my god. Good times. My cafeteria actually was good, but the unfortunate thing about it is you had to pay money to eat from the cafeteria food, and my parents did not want to pay it. Which is fair enough, because it was very expensive food. But it was good food, is the unfortunate part. So basically, I didn't really eat any of the good cafeteria food that we had. When I went to high school, they used to have pizzas on Fridays in junior year. So I would just eat that. Because I really did like that. Those pizzas were good. It was like bagel pizzas, but it was like really, really good. It was meant for like breakfasts and stuff, but no one would ever eat it because they all just had like a bad opinion of the food. So I'm like, alright, y'all don't want it? I'll eat it. Sure. And the guy would say, listen, this food just has to disappear. I can't take it back with me, you know, because they don't want to, you know, cross-contaminate or whatever. So he would just say, look, food can't come back with me. Once it's like 12:30 or 1 o'clock, you could just take as much as you want. So I would just take like 10 of them and just eat until I'm literally full. And now, contrary to what you might be thinking, I did not gain weight in senior and junior year. I actually stayed mostly the same. That wasn't until after I left high school I started to gain weight. Good times. Not good times, but good times all the same. Cafeteria food was never good. The only good food was teriyaki chicken and the pulled pork. Bruh, you got teriyaki chicken and pulled pork at your cafeterias? Shit, man. This dude is fucking lucky. You think I could screw attack this way? Yeah, totally. Look how useful this ability is, man. You could design a whole game around that. Not overuse it, but definitely as like a major movement system for sure. Alright, and the locks fall off. These dudes got pulled pork and teriyaki. Now, they used to have some good soup. But I remember one time in my middle school, they had egg drop soup. And, like, the day or so after that, like, so many people were out. And I remember thinking and smelling it. I'm like, wow, that smells fucking awful. And not even wanting to, like, smell it. They had a salad bar, too. But listen, I'm a plate clearer, okay? That's the way I was raised. So as long as something is, like, edible by my tastes, like, I was raised to always finish what you have on your plate. Which is good and bad, because it means that I eat a lot. Taco salad, man. Like, listen to that. Y'all got some of the better food. Out west, they feed you guys. Especially in the South, they feed you. They feed you. Up north, they starve you. They hate you. They hate your guts. They think you're the lowest of the low. True story. Can you just die already? Like, look at this. This is why I use super missiles. I have no missiles. That's the only reason I'm not using super missiles, is I have no missiles. Jesus. Oh my god. Alright, well, it gave me a power bomb. Like, this is not just me trying to be really anal about, like, conserving ammo. This is literally, like, I do not think the game is balanced that well for me to be able to do that. Remember, my elementary school tried to sell some of these Philly cheesesteaks they were making. I got super excited, was ready for it. There was barely... What? Wait, y'all have Philly cheesesteaks with barely any meat and no cheese on it? You gotta sue that. Yeah. But you know what the truth is? In high school, the one thing I realized that was really worth the money is if you get lamb over rice from like a halal cart, that is just by far way worth the money. Lamb over rice, I have mine with white sauce and barbecue. Amazing. It's perfect. It's so good. You have no idea. Alright, I'm completely getting sidetracked here, but you know what I'm talking about. It's so good. There's some days I order two. Because I think they're $5. The ones I order are $5, right? The good guys who sell it are usually like $5 with no drink. And I love those. They're so good. Whoop. Well, we already know a missile can't open a super missile door, so I'm not even going to bother that. We already know that's not going to happen. My high school had badass Thanksgiving meals. I remember one year they had to extend lunches because of how long the lines were getting. All my high school had was pizza, burgers, popcorn, chicken, I think a couple other things, but never... Oh, no, lamb over rice is kind of like a thing they serve in the real world. They're not going to serve that, they're not going to serve that in, he's right in front of me. Ah, come on. Thank you. Let me in! Thank you. They're not going to serve that at a cafeteria. I kind of got sidetracked. That's something I eat in college. Or I started eating in college and like the end of high school. Very good. Great food. Give that one a whirl. They had everything. Turkey, potatoes, corn, stuffing. You get a slice of pumpkin pie. Oh my god. That sounds so good, man. Just imagine having like some nice, warm, freshly prepared turkey slices with some extra gravy, some creamy, buttery mashed potatoes, a side of corn, or even just potato wedges. Now I'm hungry as shit, man. I'm not a fan of pumpkin pie, but I'll eat everything else at Thanksgiving. I actually make a pretty good turkey. I'll let you guys know that. If it were possible for me to host a Thanksgiving special, I totally would. The turkey would be to die for. I would love that so much. Turkey potatoes with gravy plus the turkey. I love stuffing so much, yeah. I don't know if... I assume all, stuffing is kind of universal. I actually make really good stuffing. I've made it 2 Thanksgivings in a row, as well as Easter last year. I was really, really glad for that. The trick is to put a lot of butter in it. Hey, look, it's the franchise symbol. This is, in my opinion, one of the coolest cutscenes in the game. Yeah, no, unfortunately, for most of, like, 5th to 8th grade, I pretty much had, like, generic sandwiches for lunch. We tried doing soup. It wasn't really working out. Well, it depends what kind of stuffing you have, and it has to be prepared perfectly correctly. This is one of the best-looking suits in the entire franchise. Yeah, the design of this is so good. Alright, so now basically, we enter free roam. Really the only thing worth doing is maybe trying to grab, some energy tanks, if I could figure out where they are. Right? Alright, we could go back to the plane of dark worship. There's one, I think the one that's underwater is in here, because now we can enter that. Basically, the biggest opposition to us is just time wasting. Uh, what time is it now, by any chance? Whoop, whoop, spin. Alright, it's only 9:45. Alright, so we got like maybe 2 hours left on the stream, depending how I feel. So I guess what we'll do is we'll just try to run around, we'll try to grab as many pickups as we can. We'll also get the remaining beam weapon unlocks, because I only got 2, and I'm pretty sure I missed one somewhere that I could have gotten along the way. So let's just go back. We'll go to the plane of dark worship. I think I'm going the right way. Think we could finish the game within these 2 hours? Literally, we could right now, right? Like, the minimum we need to do is to get the remaining 7 Dark Aether keys. The only thing I'm worried about is I don't have enough energy tanks. I generally like to try to get all the energy tanks, so that way I'm not worried about it. By the way, no grapple beam on this suit. That's... Oh, no, there it is. Is it? Kind of weird. Wait, did I go the right way? Oh, but there's something over here. Okay, let's actually do this instead. I think there's a key this way as well. But yeah, we could definitely finish the game in these 2 hours. I'm not trying to intentionally delay it. I'm just trying to think to myself, well, let's see. I want to get at least like maybe 4 energy tanks. Because what are we at now? Like 8? I'm not sure how many there are in the game, actually. I don't even know how to kill these things, like, efficiently. Alright, cool. I do kind of miss those pizza bagels, honestly. Never really told the guy who used to bring them in, like, how much I genuinely appreciate him giving them out for free at the end of the day. Like, I genuinely, really, really appreciated that. That was some cool shit, dude. Wait, what are the enemies here? Is it just the storm? Yeah, it is. Okay. Alright. That's basically it. It's just trying to hit you with the Ing Storm. So now we're in the communications array. The whole room is filled with Ingstorm, by the way. So there is no way that you could get through this room without hacking. There must be either literally perfect movement strats, because this whole area is filled with them. That's pretty crazy. Alright. I was at the dentist earlier for filling my mouth. Fucking mouth was still numb from the Novocaine. I'm pretty lucky. I've never had that. My condolences, though. Hopefully it feels better soon. I've been very lucky to not have any of that. Because everyone I've talked to that has had, like, fillings or things, they always say it hurts. It's not fun. It's definitely not something you want to ever have. Don't forget to scan the... Do you need to scan the key? Like, the actual key itself? Because I know you need to go to the Dark Temple Ruins. Again, another missable scan. You need to go to the Dark Temple Ruins... and then, or the Sky Temple entrance, rather, and you need to scan all the lore. Oh shit, we have to kill these things. Oh my god. And now you see why this becomes a little bit of a nuisance. Because I genuinely don't want to fight these guys. Alright, cool. What is cool is we also don't have to worry about losing health to Dark Aether anymore, so I'm all for it. Okay, we know the order. What? What? Gonna barrel stuff it, just so I can't miss. There might be an energy tank in here, actually. I might be really in luck. I can hear something in it. Oh, come on. Oh, it's a beam upgrade. Alright, that's technically better. I don't want to eat until I can feel my mouth again. No, but you do have to scan the key yeah, I did scan the key monster. Because I think Sloppy Joe said earlier, one of the ones you can get... Oop, I pressed the wrong button thinking it was jump. One of the beam upgrades you can... Or one of the keys you can get right after getting the power bomb. I think I mentioned Game Maker's Toolkit before. By the way, someone mentioned Coyote Peterson earlier. I used to love watching his channel. I still have him. I'm still subbed to him. I just haven't watched him in ages. But, I was, like, Game Maker's Toolkit, one of the things he did in a couple of his videos was, like, highlight, like, the general flowchart of what you can do after you get certain things. And I kind of want to see if he did one for this game. Just because he shows you, like, okay, you start the game, you lose your powers. What's the first unlock you get in this game? The energy controller, technically, if you really want to nitpick it a little bit. We're going over here. So actually, it's faster to go back up and come down. Like, he would show stuff like that. And then it would say, well, because you have this, you could get Sky Temple Key 1. And then, like, at the end, he's like, he probably would say something like, oh, well, by the way, you lose your missiles in this game? How do you get them back? Oh, at the Galactic Federation ship, you're right. The missile launcher would be pretty much the first thing you get back, you're correct. And, I'm pretty sure this game is pretty top-heavy, right? Because it's like... The end of this game pretty much is you need to find the Sky Temple keys, which as far as upgrades and unlocks go is like the artifact hunt a little bit. The artifact hunt, though, isn't as bottom heavy. This game is particularly bottom heavy. Because first you need the dark visor, you need to be able to shoot them, and then, you know, that isn't necessarily a very high requirement thing. But usually they're in a room you can only get to by the light suit. You need to maybe ride a beam of light or walk through the Ingstorm. You can't do that till the end of the game. If it was just those Ingstorm in that first corridor, maybe you might have a chance to get through. And maybe if it was just the Ingstorm in the actual room with the key. But no, trying to get through the rest of that room, the whole room is filled with it. You would never make it. You would die. I'm pretty sure you could go in there with all 14 energy tanks if it was possible and not make it out. But yeah, that's something I should really do is, like, try to, like, path out in my head where all the stuff is. Because you only really need Grapple Beam, Boost Ball, and maybe something else to get the Sunburst. But what are you ever going to use the Sunburst on, you know? Even the Ice Spreader was at least useful on Metroid Prime. Like, the Sunburst is too slow to hit anything that really you want to use it on. And that's unfortunately, like, the biggest problem with it, is it's too slow. Like, they could have almost not included most of these beam weapon upgrades, and you wouldn't have really missed any of them. I respect them for putting it in, but, yeah. It's whatever. You can only do so much, right? Sorry to yell at my dog. He's trying to eat through a fence. No, take it. It's all good. I used to want a pet dog when I was a kid, and then, things changed. What can I say? Now go over there, asshole. Mush. Maybe I have to be over there. He's not doing it. Come on. Thank you. Oh, it's not in the water? Oh, you could get this way earlier then. I thought it was in the water. Huh, okay. So, I could have done this earlier. Whoops. What? Alright, I did scan it. Let's check. Yes, I did. I did not scan the ink claws. That's 100% on the Darklings. I think legitimately the only things I missed were the web traps and the weblings. Ain't that a bitch? I didn't scan the key. Yeah. Excellent. But yeah, see, now you can actually go into the water for whatever that's worth. He just phased through the screw attack. Ain't that nice? Yeah, there's definitely a key in the water. So I like cats. Cats are destructive assholes, but they're destructive assholes from the get-go. Dogs like to pretend not to be destructive, and then they eat your furniture. I prefer none. I'll be honest with you. I had to take care of 2 cats. What was it, last year? Oh god, time flies. I had to take care of 2 cats in August of 2019. And, like, they didn't bother me, but they don't shit in the litter box, and that honestly genuinely irked me a lot. I was kind of mad about that. Like, he literally shat next to the litter box. I was actually a little bit peeved at that. Okay. I think we've been to every room. Right? Abandoned base. Yeah, that's a one-way room. I think we have all the temple grounds keys. Alright, so let me look up where all the energy tanks are, just because I know I specifically need those. And at this point, the only things we're missing are Dark Samus, 3, 4, and the final boss. Let's see. I very much appreciate... let's see. We already have that. Fortress Act... Oh! You gotta be kidding me. You're gonna love where this one is. Cats only tear up cloth, give them a scratching post, and usually sates them. My cats have never had a problem getting trained for the litter box. Well, your cats are saints, because the cats I had to take care of, one of them just didn't give a shit. Literally. And I looked him dead in the eye, and I had a very, very man-to-man conversation with him. And you want to know what he says to me? Meow. Because he was hungry. Pretty much. And in my head, I'm like, why am I even talking to this thing? Like, I can't not feed it, right? I'm not here to train the cat on what's appropriate and what isn't. So I was just like, all right, whatever. I lose this one. I was getting paid for it too, so I was like, you know what? I'm paid for it. I can't even be salty. I did it to myself. For what it's worth, my friend had a great time in Japan. So, credit to him. They invited me to join them. I did not want to go to Japan, though. I used to want to go to Japan when I was way younger, but now I'm older and I don't really like to travel, I'll be honest with you. My idea of travel is at most going to Jersey. Because I actually used to hang out with people from Jersey. And I miss hanging out with them. I miss talking to them in general, but I mean, look, it's not because I'm not the one talking to them. They fucking stopped talking to me. Spray bottle works wonders. Yeah, you know what? I'll take your word for it. Probably does. You gotta get one of those spray bottles that has like the really focused squirt. You know what I'm talking about? The laser pointer, basically. Alright. Sometimes these things shoot in so many weird ways. Yeah, this is a beam of light you have to ride. It's such a forgettable power-up because it's really not used for much. So you basically have to wait till the end of the game to get this. Alright, cool. Since we're here, we're going to go back to Sanctuary Fortress. There's only 2. We already have 1. And then we'll get the Sky Temple keys from there. I'm going to have to look up where they are, because I already forget what I did. One thing I still occasionally have a problem with is getting out of certain rooms. I don't let them in my bedroom. I don't let them in the guest room. Yeah, of course. They love it. Cats are mischievous like that. They love going into places where they're not supposed to. Any other room, feel free to run around, prance around, do whatever you want in, but not this one room. What's the one room they want to go in? That room. Oh my god, that's 10 damage a shot. I mean, I shouldn't really be surprised, but man, I am. Alright, so what's the... Oh, okay, I see. Alright, perfect. You could get rid of this. Heavy cannon damage. Okay, that's how you get up top. Gotcha. See, the only pets I've ever had in my life have been fish, and then I have turtles. So it's pretty controllable. I'm never doing fish again, though. What? Oh. We never have a problem with them knocking shit over. Yeah, apparently that's another thing I know a couple of people have, but people still buy cats, right? I'm not particularly cool with that. I have a lot of wires. The last thing I want is for them to like jump into a mess of wires and start panicking because they may or may not be slightly inconvenienced. I don't want to even deal with it. Because I know if they pull off any of my game consoles or stuff, I'm actually going to kill the fucking thing. So that's not happening. I'm just going to remove myself from that equation entirely by not ever having it happen in the first place. I have enough self-control. Alright, cool. Because I watched it happen to my friend one time. He had his cat over, and the damn thing was just going nuts. He got like a wire landed on him or something, and he fucking flipped out, like legitimately. He lost his shit, and I'm like, bruh, you're good. Nothing's gonna hurt you. You're fucking crazy. I just can't. I don't have the energy to deal with it, and to deal with any, like, getting a bad cat or anything. Fur animals aren't for me, so it's fine. Part of getting older was just learning to accept that. You know what, you guys, says his cat likes to bite right through his fucking cords? Yeah, I'd kill that fucker. Sorry. That would be the end of that. We going out back with that, son. That cat wants to bite my cords. He about to bite these fists, homie. Especially for some of these expensive... Like, dude, it's a $500 console. Hey, Sony, yeah, I need you to give me my stuff. I need a replacement cable. Oh, what happened to it? Yeah, my cat bit it. Oh, well, sir, you could buy another one. Not even having that conversation with some poor Sony customer service rep. Are you kidding me? They're going to laugh at me. They're going to get off... I had to tell someone my email one time, and I felt like I wanted to shoot myself. Because I had to spell out Spray and Pray 1000. That was part of what made me want to change my YouTube channel name. Because I was like, man, I gotta spell out my name to someone. I want to shoot myself. I don't want to do that. What's watch station access, by the way? Okay, fine. What? This? What? Oh. There's an energy tank in here. Did I even grab it? I don't even think I did. Well, let's go look. I don't know. I was like, bruh, I don't even want to... I wanted to get off the phone. I wanted to hang up. I very rarely directly hang up on someone, and that was one of the times in my life I actually wanted to. But then I was like, you know what? Fuck it. This guy probably has to deal with people whose emails are like... Okay, saucy names I probably shouldn't say on stream. But you know what I mean. Still one of the more embarrassing phone calls I've had in my life. I'm like, you know, when you actually try to explain your YouTube name to someone and spell it out, it's kind of one of those things. It's not a great time. Yeah, I only use cordless headphones. I don't even want to deal with wires. It's just that simple, homie. I don't want to deal with them. I pay too much money to deal with wires. Let's put it like that. Plus, my room isn't very cat-friendly. Like, there's no room for a cat to, like, just free roam around the house, you know? Because he's going to inevitably come in this room and want to do his cat stuff. And I'm going to get annoyed because he's going to, like... Damn it. I knew that was going to happen. I'm going to get annoyed because he's going to want to, like, do cat stuff in my room. And I'm going to be like, no, you can't. And he's going to constantly be coming in and knocking stuff over. Where's Watch Station again, by the way? Here we go. Dude, are you kidding me? I'm gonna cry. I came right in this room and didn't grab that. Okay, now we're gonna get to the part of the game where we actually have to do a little bit of scavenger hunting. Is it lore? Luminoth. Okay. Ah, shit. Catacombs. Oh no, Acol. Crap. Shit, I didn't pay attention to what I got. Oh no. I didn't pay attention to which ones I got. Unlike the artifacts, they don't tell you which ones you have, do they? Research. Aether studies. Ah, fuck. Well, I'm gonna have to hit up every room, because I don't remember which ones I grabbed and which ones I didn't. Let's see. And that's my fault. Let's see. I don't think I got any in Torvus Bog, so I think I'm good for Torvus Bog. Okay, I know where one is in Sanctuary Temple, but we kind of have to go back downstairs. Clean up the throw up is a bit... Yeah, I'm not doing that. Nope. But sparing enough that I don't get pissed. Well, you have the patience of a saint, my good sir. I would not handle that. I'm okay. I almost thought that killed his friend. Okay. Plastic or not, I don't know. I'm not a pet person. It's not the right way. They don't tell you what keys you have in this game. That really kind of sucks. You just pick up keys. That's not particularly great. Alright, so one key is in the bridge, which we need to go back to. Oh shit, I didn't want to do that. I just need to... I need to personally make my own guides for this game. Because basically I could beat most of this game. I don't know where the Sonic Boom is. I think it's in Agon Wastes again. But basically the one thing I don't know off the top of my head is where all the keys are. And I need to make a list for both Metroid Prime 1 where all the artifacts are and as early as you could get them. And the keys for this game and as early as you can get these. Wow, he was immune. I'll tell you, turtles are the easiest animals to take care of. They just kind of do their own thing. But yeah, I know what you mean. That's why I love them so much. And they're actually pretty chill, all things considered. Wait, I'm stupid. Of course. Every time, man. I think it's the rule is if you go more than one room away, they respawn, as always. Oh, I really messed up. There's really no closer portal? Yeah, you really have to go to the top of this room, backtrack. I think this is one of the most out-of-the-way keys to get because of that. It's like you have to completely redo the whole room, the whole first part of this area. Be back in a minute. Yeah, no problem. Take your time. This is backtrack central. You're not gonna miss much. Probably my least favorite part of the game, just because it's so easy to forget where you've been and what you've collected and what you haven't collected. Oh, we need to do, did we do the Ingstorm room? Yeah, no, there's nothing in there. It's just a corridor. The Echo puzzle is only on the light side of the room. Oh, man. That would be the only reason I would say that we might need another stream. Just because I know personally I'm not going to be able to find my way through all this that fast. Okay, sweet. This dude is still chilling. He's gonna be chilling there a long time. You don't need to supercharge that. It's good to know, I guess. Nice. I'm gonna have to pull up a full-on thing for this, though. I guess there's a reason why you would want to maybe collect them all at the end, so you know you've collected actually 0, and you just know you have to hit up all the rooms in order. Because sometimes having to figure out what you are and aren't missing is like more work than it's really kind of worth in the long run. And I know I've been in that position in a lot of games where it's like, oh, well, I'm going to be super smart and I'm going to pick it up early so that way I can save myself some time. And, you know, sometimes that ain't always the best way, Chief. Yeah, you can't hurt it anymore while this is up for some reason. Oh, no, you can. Never mind. Yeah, it's not a scan. Alright, let me get out the rest of the Sky Temple keys, because I'm never going to remember where they are. Okay. Inghive, we wait. That's not a Sky Temple key. Let's see. Okay, we have all the ones from this, right? Travel Dark Aether. Yeah, we already have Accursed Lake, Hall of Eyes. Oh, maybe I don't have Defiled Shrine. I have to look. Oh no, I do. That's where I think that's where you land, right? So for this, we have Hive Dynamo Works. We've already done that. That's the Spider Guardian one. Hive Entrance is Inghive. We already did that. So we're done here. We have all of these. Okay, cool. So we've already done everything to get the keys out from here. Let me see something. Oop, that is not how you see it. I always do this wrong. It's weird button pushes on the game on the Wii. We did Phazon Grounds, Profane Path. Yeah, we did Defiled Shrine. Totally. Alright, so we really just go back to Torvis Bog now. So we probably have like 6 or 7, or maybe like at least 5, probably 6 of them. And then there are like a couple of rooms that we just haven't been in because they require Annihilator Beam or Echo Visor. But as I said, this one in particular is like the most out of the way to get to, just because it's so far removed from anything. So what possessed me in the playthrough to scan the door? I must have gotten really lucky with that. Not the GameCube playthrough I did, because the GameCube playthrough I did, I don't even... You know, anything could have happened with that one, you know? Yeah, have to go this way. So we're actually done with Sanctuary Fortress. The only things we could be missing are either from Agon or Torvis. Not so much concerned about missiles, really. Let's actually do the Hazing Cliff. Kinda don't want to deal with you, I'll be completely honest with you, Chief. These are basically the only real Metroids in the game that you have to deal with. Every other Metroid is kind of a pushover. Dude, are you gonna die? Holy shit! And then he just randomly blows up. Okay. This is a short little thing to do. That's what I mean. Just super missiles all the way. I just need a lot of missiles. I need to get all the beam power-ups as well. I think I'm only missing one. Which is probably from Agon Wastes. I don't think I got one from there. And I think I know where it is. I think it's the Annihilator Beam at the top of that one room in the pirate area. So we're looking for only 2 rooms in Torvis Bog. And then also, I guess I should look once I actually get there. Well, technically we're closer to Agon, and I would rather go to Agon than Torvis, honestly. Although, to be fair, where's the Sanctuary elevator to Torvis? I feel like it's just very out of the way. Watch station? Yeah, it's a little bit out of the way. It's not too bad. Because we could just go to Agon Waste, and I haven't been there in a long time. Alright, whatever. We'll do it. We're right here anyway. Might as well. I'm not going to torture myself to go all the way out of the way. We'll just do it because we're already here. I'm telling you, Sanctuary Temple is just some of the coolest looking shit. Even the elevator rooms are like some of the coolest. And we have, what, 5 power bombs? Yeah. Alright, so we haven't been back here in so long, actually. Like, there's a ton of stuff that we can grab. Yeah, I never went this way at all. Which actually works out, because we need to go back into this room. We never went into that, and we also never went into the dark version of it, so we'll do that in a second. I think this is also an energy tank. I think you have to screw attack over to that. Yay! Believe it or not, powerbomb expansions are actually very helpful for actually fighting the final boss. Specifically, the one phase he has where you have to... oh, I have to go this way still. The one he has one specific phase where you have to crawl around on his shell. Powerbombs are actually very helpful for getting rid of like all the little tentacles you need to get rid of, instead of actually having to fight them. Alright, cool. We go this way. Wait, hold on. The hell is this? Very nice. I wonder if it's the Sonic Boom. I think the Sonic Boom is in this area. Again, another ability just to grab and never to use. Yeah, see, there's one here. So that's all the key bearer lore, which is why you can't see this earlier in the game. How do you get out of this if you fall in? I actually don't even know. Alright, very nice. Oh, you know, you just roll out. Okay, that's nice. I don't expect them to just randomly trap you in something that you can't escape from. That never really seems like a Nintendo thing to put in their games, except maybe like Fire Emblem. They might screw you with RNG, but that's kind of like the nature of it, you know? Like, at least with Nintendo, most Nintendo games, there's always like a way to do something. As opposed to, oh, well, you're just screwed, and you just have to deal with it. Which is not exactly the way I would do most things, but a lot of games seem to think it's funny, so... Yeah, as you can see, these rooms are basically almost mirror images. I do kind of feel for them. I read that today. I was like, oh, you know what? That makes perfect sense. They just literally did not have the time to diversify stuff. It wouldn't be the first time a game kind of got screwed out of the needed development time that it really wanted to have. Always kind of a tragedy when you find a game that's like that. Because so many games are like that. And it really is unfortunate. Obviously, like, the number one example everyone knows is New Vegas. Everyone knows New Vegas was, like, the one game that needed the time and did not get it. And I don't ever think we're going to get, like, a New Vegas tier game that's on the same level of what people kind of have expected it. I feel like people have idealized it, and I just think there's too much... Damn it. I was trying to do, like, some very weird, like, spin move. Because I was trying to be fancy. Hold on, I gotta power it up. Help! Help! I got pinballed. You know what? You probably climb to the top and then throw yourself at it at an angle. I'm overthinking this. Yeah, what the hell am I doing? It didn't... Oh my god, the screw attack is so weird. Let me get rid of this thing. He got on me. Wow. They really thought they were onto that ice beam combo in this game, and it's kind of not. I mean, it works. It's just, you know, the ice beam is pretty much a one-shot. As is, like, kind of the Metroid's one thing. I hit... You know what it is? You hit the ceiling, and that kind of screws you over. I think you have to be traveling forward on your second jump, or you can't screw attack. It has to be, like, perfectly forward. All that for a missile Man. I feel like that's energy tank worthy. Not to, like, toot my own horn or anything. Why are there spider ball tracks? Okay. Something totally here. There was no sound on that. Oh no. 9 keys required. No. I know. See, I think in Metroid Prime 1, they eventually get rid of the notification. They're like, okay, we know you get it now. We can get rid of it. Are you serious? I didn't even need to do any of that. Well, you know what? At least there's multiple ways to solve that puzzle. You gotta give them a little bit of credit for that, right? Okay. Since we know what we're doing ahead of time, now all we do is we basically go back and we hop into the portal, we come back around, and actually what's nice about Agon Waste is that the whole area links together. And before we leave, I guess what I'll also do is I will also check to see what energy tanks are here. In fact, I could almost do that now. Bioenergy production. Yeah, we already got that. Mine shaft, I think we already did it, right? And we need to go back to the mining plaza, yep. Okay, so that's basically we have all of them because we've done everything. We just need to go back to the mining room. Oh, look at that damage boost. That's beautiful. Alright, we don't really need to leave the Dark World until we get to the mining plaza. Okay. You know, it really doesn't matter which way we go. Actually, it kind of does. No, it doesn't. It's literally on the opposite side. That's nice. Actually, hold on. I think they're a lot more generous in this version with ammo drops than they were before. The fuck? Oh boy. I would really prefer if you guys left me alone. Yep, Sonic Boom. Basically, there's no reason to use this. It doesn't really kill efficiently enough for the amount of resources you need to put in at all. It's not used for any puzzles. It is, I don't know, just something you could play around with. I feel like they really had something with the Prime 1 ones, and they obviously were going to keep Super Missile. So they just already knew that they weren't going to get rid of it. So we're going back to Mining Plaza because we did Mine Shaft. Let's see. Dark Oasis and Battleground, I think, are what, right here? We already did Battleground. This is actually the room where you need to scan that one missable. So basically we're leaving. Where's the Dark Oasis? Oh, we passed it. Okay, we're going to the right now. Come on, come on, come on. No, go away, please. Jesus. Now the elevator is just fucked up. Yeah, that one stays over there. Fine. Oh, I think we're more or less done with energy tank goals. I feel like it's really just the fact that it, like, I know that the Emperor Ing is really kind of a challenging fight. Oh my god. So I really want to make sure that I have enough to just go in, and honestly, I'm face tanking at this point. I'm not really strategizing or executing anything, you know? So I'm just like trying to face tank as much as possible. Yeah, take it easy, Ash. No problem. Thank you for stopping by. Let me, nope. Not doing this. I think ammo rooms restore missiles, so I do 100% need to stop in here. Yeah, I think it restores all your fireables. Especially since they force you to, like, go through all the old areas again to beat the game. Which, as far as, like, Metroid and Zelda games are concerned, I don't think that's a bad thing at all. Like, being completely honest. I think that that's fine. Right? It's how they get you to interact with the game world and like, oh shit, that's the room I need to be in, right? Yeah. You know what it is? It's another Ingstorm room. They're their favorite. Can you go away? Go somewhere, please. Thank you. Yeah, Emperor Ing is a really cool boss fight. But every time I fight him, I just end up kind of face tanking him a little bit. Alright, this is the room where you go into the water. I think this is the only key we're missing here, right? Oh, hold on, I gotta plug in my headset. Yeah, we did the Battleground, and we did Dark Oasis right now. So I think we have, like, 8 of the 9 keys. Because we need to go to Poison Bog, and I forget if we did Dungeon. It would be really cool if we did Dungeon. I think the game gives you a pop-up once you get everything. Oh, that was nice. Okay. I'm pretty sure even Metroid Prime 1 gives you a pop-up. It's like, hey, you have all artifacts. Return them to the temple. And trust me, I really like this. Like, out of all the games that make you, like, revisit all the old areas, like, Wind Waker makes you revisit, like, all the old areas, right? Like, as a part of you just, like, getting the what's it called? The Triforce pieces. That's actually one of the things that they changed. Oh, shit. I have to go back now. That's actually one of the things that they changed in the HD collection. Probably because of how annoying it was for people, you know? You have to get together all this money, and then you have to get together all this money to get 8 different treasure charts. And then from those treasure charts, you can find the stuff. Now, I don't know if in Wind Waker you could just go to the location of the treasure and yank it up, or if the treasure charts make it actually appear in the world first. Even if it would still be a nuisance if you knew where they were down to, like, you know, the circle, right? Like the circle you hoist up the treasure from. It would still be annoying as hell. So, like, the obvious way they intend for you to do that mechanic is, the annoying way. I got bumped by something. What? Oh my god. I really wish they would come into the thing. I don't think I'm going to be able to... I don't think you can really convince them to. Is there any way I can get back up here without having to go around? I don't think so. Does Twilight Princess make you go back through the overworld and find stuff? I can't remember. It's been too long. That's the other game I need to play. I need to beat Twilight... Oh, that's nice. I need to beat Twilight Princess again. It's been a couple of years. I think I did it back in 2018. There's this thing in Fable where the best weapon in the game requires you to get maps to find all the different places, but you can actually find the pieces... Or, I'm sorry, the different pieces, but you can find the pieces without the map if you know where. Yeah, I kind of like it when games do that, right? Because it gives you... If you know what you're doing, you don't have to actually wait for the game to tell you, which is always cool. Or if you happen to find it out and deduce it yourself, that's always, like, a good feeling. Oh, but if you find the pieces without the map, the weapon does 1 damage, so then what's the point? Are you serious? Why the hell would they do that? What? Why? Wait, what? Okay, am I overthinking this room? Why the fuck do they prevent you from screw attacking in this room? That's so dumb. I'm gonna give it one more try. I don't even think it's anything vital. It's not an energy tank and it's not a Sky Temple key. Actually, wait. It is a Sky Temple key. I have to do this. This is the room. Oh my god. You know what it is? I'm stupid. There's invisible platforms. I actually just read the fucking thing I was reading. There's invisible platforms. That's what I'm hitting. Man. You don't even need the screw attack for this shit, man. Yeah, look at this. Oh my god. Alright. I kind of want to kill these things so they can't, like, laser me off. I think that that's, like, a pretty reasonable thing to want to not have happen in the next 30 seconds. What? Let's see, can I bait them? Come on in. Come on in. I think it's so you can't just find the best weapon early as hell in the game. Then lock it behind something. Lock it behind like a story event. Don't make it do 1 damage. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to do this again. This sucks. Maybe I could just jump to it from down here. What? This sucks. This sucks, because I have to go 2 rooms away and I have to re-kill them every time. That's like in Breath of the Wild. Hilarious. In Breath of the Wild, you could leave the Great Plateau basically early as... Well, not early as fuck, because you have to do all the stuff on it first. But you could leave the Great Plateau in such a way that the first thing you encounter is a Lynel. And a Lynel that early in the game is pretty much a lose-lose scenario for you, because even if you do kill it, you're going to waste all your shit trying to kill it. But that is more of a problem with Breath of the Wild's design, in my opinion, than it is like the actual way the game is implemented. So basically, I don't need to bother with these platforms. I just need to jump to this thing over here. Yeah, I see. Okay. Did that even look anywhere near as difficult as it was? Not at all. And I did try to scan these. They're not a scan. It wouldn't make much sense for them to be a pickup and you have to scan it, you know? Like, then what's the point of it being a pickup? Like a permanently missable thing that you clearly know what it is and what it's for. It wouldn't really make much sense. So thankfully they're pretty nice about that. Okay. I think that's it. We need to go back to... Okay, this is actually Torvis access, so we need to go to the left here, leave the Dark World, and go back in. It's my usual gimmick, basically. Don't you love it? And while we do all this running around, I will save, just in case. Last thing I want is to have the game crash. I don't know. I know Nintendo games aren't known for crashing. I'm still wary that it could happen. I've had Switch games crash on me, believe it or not. It's not impossible for them to crash. I forget what game it was. It was Fire Emblem Warriors. Fire Emblem Warriors just randomly will crash in the middle of battles sometimes. I think they fixed it in a later patch, but it was definitely like the earlier patches of that game. The game was kind of unstable, so sometimes it could just crash for like no real reason. Alright, so we either have 7 of 9 or 8 of 9. Probably 7 of 9. Haha, Star Trek reference, haha. Haha. I hate how the hitbox for these things is so big. Gotta go back to work tomorrow. I had a day off today, but damn, did I enjoy my day off. Yeah, dude, Monday is always a good day to have off of anything. When Memorial Day falls on Monday, I feel invigorated. Because in my head, I'm like, damn, not only is my birthday this week, but also, you know, you have a Monday off. Just, it's a psychological thing for sure. No one likes Mondays. Is this Mining Plaza? Mining Station B. Wait. Oh, maybe you don't go into the dark world for this. They said something about Echo Visor. I don't care about you. Okay, I don't know where this thing is. Right? What is, It said there was, like, a puzzle with, like, the Echo Visor. I would like to... I know what it is. Oh, my God. This is the Mining Plaza. Wait, what was the other Echo Visor thing that we missed? Oh, no, it was in here. That's exactly what it is. Okay. And then we just go back and we go to Torvis. I want to say we have enough to beat the game. I don't think I'm going to get that low. You see how the enemies lose so much health. Alright, here we go. I think it's kind of cool how there's, like, Echo Visor puzzles all the way back in, like, the start of the game. That's what I mean, like, when you have a game that does stuff like this, it really is just, like, kind of a cool feeling that all the stuff you overlooked the whole time is just around. Alright, I think with this, we should be good enough on energy tanks. I'll take a look at Torvis. I'm not gonna, like, kill myself if I don't have all of them. Oh my god. Yeah, it has to be like perfect screw attacks, basically. I think we should have enough, and I mean, I don't know what time it is right off the top of my head, but I think we're pretty much good to go. Not like that. That is one thing I do like about Metroid Prime 3 is that you could pull yourself up into ledges. There you go. Definitely would be like that is one of the cooler things about it, because it makes it feel more like, believe it or not, a platformer. When you could pull yourself up from ledges and stuff, like that actually does kind of feel like a platformer. In a very weird way of me saying that. Right, like it makes sense. It's like, oh, I could pull myself up. I'm not completely helpless if I hit my face on a ledge. You know, like certain I mean, obviously, at least certain ledges you could pull yourself up, right? Might not be all ledges, but at least enough ledges. So they give you the ability to teleport between temples. I don't think we're ever actually going to use that at all. What's the point? Oh, there's a lot in Torvis Bog. I think there was one I could have gotten earlier and I didn't. Yeah, we did temple access. There's a lot in Torvus Bog, but that's because we haven't visited Torvus Bog at all since we originally ran through it. Oh no, no! You could do it. Okay. Oh, thankfully. Okay. There is one reason I want to go back into Dark Agon Waste. It's because there is a something expansion that I can get now that I have the Spider Ball. Basically, Power Bomb stuff has to be locked behind, like, Power Bomb pickups. That's kind of how most Metroid games end up being, you know? Is like, you can't have the Power Bomb be locked behind anything else unless there's some way that you're able to prevent them from, like, the player from getting it. Because otherwise what ends up happening is that you end up with, like, the Power Bomb, and you could just accidentally stumble upon it earlier. Because each pickup basically gives you 5. Wait, what? Oh, hold on. Is it this one? Yeah, it is. Okay. So we're just going to really quickly run across this. And then we're going to go right into the room over here. Just because we've been through here like 2 or 3 times, might as well. What's funny is I think in Other M you really almost can't even use the power bomb until the end of the game. Like it's a storyline thing. It's really kind of a shitty one too. It's supposed to be like a super, like, hype moment at the very end of the game where you use the power... What? Where you use the power bomb to kill the Queen Metroid. And it just ends up being like a very lame, washed out moment because you never have had to use it before because you get restricted out of it. The restriction system sucks. It's terrible. And you're just supposed to remember from the beginning of the game, hey, look, this thing I can do is, like, super good and super powerful at this. It's, like, the entirely wrong way to have something, like, really cool and be, like, a final glancing thing for the... Fuck off. For, like, the main villain to finish him off with. It's, like, the exact wrong way you do it, because you never actually use it throughout the game. You could forget power bombs are even in that game. For as much good as they do to help you out. Alright, I think after this what I will do is I'm going to maybe play Fusion. I guess we're going to finish tonight. I think the bigger problem with finishing this game is that you run out of time to defeat Dark Samus as opposed to running out of health. Because you can play as risky as you want, more or less. Because time is what really will get you killed. It's only 7 minutes. Alright, sweet. Let's get out of here. Alright. So we have one in the Poison Bog, which is the first place we'll go. Oh, shit. If I go this way, the Pirate Commandos are going to show up. Fuck. Yeah, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to go this way, because the Pirate Commandos show up in that room. So we're going to go this way, and we're going to basically take the moderately long way around, because we need to go to the Dark World anyway. So it kind of works out in our favor, because we need to end up in the Dark World to begin with. You're in here too. Do the doors lock? Actually, do they lock? Yep, of course they do. They take a lot of damage. These dudes are basically almost as tanky as like some of the bosses are, at least parts of bosses. Okay, let's see if I can do this. Alright, sweet. The reason I dropped down is because out here, you motherfuckers. It's like moderately strict timing. I remembered this. Okay. That works out perfectly. Now I think we're really overkill, because I think we're only missing, what, 1, maybe 2 energy tanks? We really can't be missing that many, like, just from running around. And we need to use the portal here anyway. Actually, wait, do we want to use this portal? Actually, we don't. Okay, that works out. I really like this game. I think the area design for Torvus Bog is also kind of cool. I know they tried to cram 2 different ideas into one area. I wouldn't even really almost use the word cram, because cramming always sounds like a negative thing. I feel like there's a power-up in this room. Okay. They're in this room, by the way, obviously. They just fill every room with, like, every possible annoying enemy combo. But whatever, what can you do? Oh. Maybe they're gone. It's like the Chozo ghosts in Metroid Prime 1. They kind of show up in every room, too. Especially in the Chozo Ruins. I think they only show up in Chozo Ruins, and I think Talon Overworld at some points. But they make sure that you know when they're in a room. My god, do they not stop. Okay. You gotta be kidding me. He's shooting acid at me. What an asshole. He's still shooting acid. I don't think they ever de-aggro once they aggro. Oh my god. They might just stay alerted the whole time. Oh no, maybe not. I wonder if I do this. Alright, that worked. Okay. I feel like this is energy tank amounts of work. I could see it over there. Don't you mind just eating right now? Yeah, no problem. Trust me, I run the streams. You know, even if people don't want to chat, that's totally cool with me. I run the streams for the love of the content. 75% of all pickups, special ending. Wait, you don't need 100 to get the special ending? I feel like you... What do you get for 100 then? Oh boy, look at that. I don't know. I don't know what the percentages are. Or how it gets handled. Alright, cool. Let's see. So we did Plaza Access, Torvis Plaza, Meditation Vista was the Screw Attack. Okay, we need Transit Tunnel East. I think that's literally the last one in the game. So let's do Poison Bog and Dungeon, and then that's it. We do all those rooms. I think that's the last Sky Temple key. I don't think there's another one that we're missing. What did I, kept track. I think 100 is concept art. I'm glad they didn't lock an ending behind 100 because some of those scans were bullshit. What? Oh my...
What?
Thank you, Kurt Dog, for hosting my stream. I appreciate it. It's good to know that the pop-ups still work. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. I haven't seen that in ages, man. Watching stream while playing Monster Hunter Rise. Yeah, I heard a lot of people talk about it. So I give clout to Monster Hunter Rise because it sounds pretty cool, but I'm just not a Monster Hunter fan. Good evening, Kurt Dog. Thank you for the host, by the way. Much appreciated. Hope you're doing well this fine evening. What? Oh. Some of my favorite enemies. Okay, I'm a big brain. Ready? This is how massive my brain is. Get in there. Beautiful. I guess there's a pickup in the light version of this. So let's see. Did I get the dungeon one? Let's see. Nope. Alright. So we're only one key away. I'm getting ready for bed. I've already finished my stream for the night. That's cool. What did you stream? Alright, so we actually are leaving. By the way, we're going to go this way. Can we stay in the Dark World and go down into the underbelly? No. Whatever. That's fine. Oh, I think we could do something in this room, right? Portal chamber. There's a way to get in there. I streamed Cladden. This is an RPG. You gotta tell me what type of game that is. Like, how do you record PSP games? Are you emulating it? Or do you have, like, original hardware working for it? Either way, I would love to stream PSP games. I actually have quite a few that I have and I bought with the hope of being able to stream them, but that's pretty cool. PSP has some really good titles. I think even if the... Oh! Yeah, the PS Vita does do that. Okay, cool. That's good to know. Or the PS TV, I'm sorry. Original hardware, yeah. It's legit and everything. That's good to know. Thank you, actually. I might look into getting one of those. Especially with the PlayStation 3, PSP, and Vita stores shutting down this summer. Definitely don't even... I don't want to be left out on any games possible. Which, by the way, if you own a PS3 or a Vita or a PSP and there's some games you've been eyeballing, you basically have until, like, I think July 2nd for the PS3 and the PSP and, like, August something for the PS Vita. Just in case you're curious. And yeah, I am glad that the Annihilator Beam trivializes huntering. Thankfully... What the hell? Why did it spin like that? Thankfully, we don't have to actually fight them. That would be very annoying. So I'm actually very grateful that that is a thing that they have in this game. Whoop. Doesn't even hurt anymore. A capture card in the computer. Is yours a PCIe capture card? Because that's the one. That's the type I have. I actually really like it. All things considered. Whoop, I didn't mean to do that. I really like PCIe capture cards. I thought it would be kind of weird at first because you can't like manually adjust it or unplug, replug, but they have been amazing. Or well, the one I've had has never really given me major problems. I just have to reboot my computer sometimes. It stops registering it. I've been downloading stuff from PSN Store on my PS3 the last few days. Yeah, I'm gonna do that too. I'm gonna hit it up in like a little bit. There's a couple of games I want to get off of it, obviously, before it, you know. You'll still be able to re-download your games until, I guess, some later point when they completely throw away that system. But basically, you're not going to be able to purchase anymore. And I don't think the online purchase is going to let you, like, if you buy it on PC, I don't think that's going to work. I don't have a PS3 anymore, rip. But yeah, they're shutting it down, and I personally have been eyeballing, like, a lot of games, so... This is my last opportunity to do it, basically. And Nintendo will eventually shut down the Wii U eShop. I genuinely hope they give us a little bit of fair announcements, and that way, you know, it's not out of nowhere. Because there's a lot of Wii U games that I like to buy. I really like the Wii U, you know. I genuinely had a lot of fun on it. Pretty much every first party on the Wii, I came in this room. How do I get around this? Because I'm gonna get stuck in here with these stupid things, and I don't want to get stuck in here with them. I'm leaving. I also have a USB 2.0 based capture device. Oh, Avermedia. Yeah, Avermedia. I've heard good things about them. I have an Elgato. If I was really fancy, I'd put 2 in my computer if I could. Yeah, I had a couple. I had a Dazzle, which was the first thing I used. Then I had a HD PVR1 and then an HD PVR2. And the HD PVR1, hilariously, I set on fire. And I swear it was an accident. I used the wrong power source on it by accident. I didn't check it as much as I should have. And it started smoking, which was pretty cool. But yeah, I have a couple of those. I've heard good things about Avermedia, though. Oh, these things are going to respawn. Go away. Oh, they didn't. Beautiful. I don't think I entered the center of the room, so I think I avoided them. That's good, man. If you're not on my host list, I'm going to add you to my host list for Twitch, because I genuinely don't mind putting people on my host list. As long as I don't forget after this stream, I'll put you on it. Because pretty much everyone I have on it doesn't stream anymore. But yeah, PCIe capture cards are the way to go. I'm actually thinking about building a new computer sometime in the next like couple of years, or a year or 2 or 3. Alright, where's the dungeon? I think we just found it. But what we can do... Oh, we could literally just go to it. Well, there's a thing in the transport east. There's an energy tank in here, but I'm not sure which way you need to enter it from. I'm going to assume that this is the wrong way, but I'm going to go this way anyway. And I think that's the last energy tank in the game, so... I guess then we can't really complain about not having enough health. Would be nice if Nintendo ever gets us a Metroid 4 someday. Well, they are working on it. So, it really makes me wonder what the exact quality of the original version was, if they needed to completely restart development like they said. Probably not very good, to be the bearer of bad news. Yeah, you can't go from this way. Okay, oops. Probably not very good quality if they have to completely redo and shutter development. Bye. Look at those jukes. over it. Very nice. Yeah, you still have the gravity boost, even though it doesn't appear on your back. You still have it. Have a good stream. I have to go to bed. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. I very much appreciate it. Yeah, they said they weren't happy with how it was going. It's ridiculous to even consider that, like, that had to happen. That's kind of not great. I'll be honest with you. Like, they were 2 or so years in development, and then they were like, we're not happy. But, I mean, it's better than other games, right? Better than Cyberpunk, better than Anthem. I don't have the benefit of floating anymore. Oh, I know exactly what this is. Okay. Okay, cool. Got it. Alright, we have all the health we could probably get. But yeah, it's not very good. It's not great optics in general for the game when you have to basically publicly announce to the world that, yeah, we have to redo everything we've done so far in this game. All my friends made sure that I knew that day that they had to redo everything. They were like, Malcolm, did you hear? They had to redo everything on Metroid Prime, with the biggest shit-eating grins on their faces, knowing I'm looking forward to this game like water. Did you hear? They had to redo it all. Assholes. But who should I blame more? My friends for telling me the news, or the devs for fucking it up and getting us to this point? Oh man, I really don't want to fight. Oh, perfect. I don't have to fight you. Look how beautiful this game is sometimes. What the hell is this thing? Watch drone. It's a once in a room thing. It's just, you don't kill it. I don't really remember doing this. Obviously I have, I just don't really remember it. All crap being said, took some balls to publicly start over. Yeah, no, I mean, at least they were honest about it, right? We can't complain about companies being liars and whatnot. And not owning up and fessing up. Yep, there you go. Alright, we can begin the end of the game. We can't complain about companies being, you know, not truthful and liars. And then the one time they are truthful and they tell us flat out, listen, we are not happy with how this was turning out. You know, I mean, at least they were honest and upfront. Could have been worse. They could have just hit it. You know, you're sitting here every Nintendo Direct wondering, well, shit, when is the next Metroid news coming out? And you would just flat out never know. Let me see where the final beam upgrade is really quickly. Let's see. Beam ammo expansions. Profane path. What? Oh no, I got that. Okay. Central mining station. Did that. Let's see. Cache A. Watch station? Wait, did I do watch station? Wait, hold on. I don't think I did Cache A in Dark Torvis Bog, did I? Where's Cache A? Safe Station 1. No, I guess I did it. I didn't do it in Sanctuary. Fuck. Alright, whatever. Yeah, they announced it prematurely. But they did it because they wanted people like me to know that there's a Metroid game in the works. And I get why they did it. It's just a shame that it had to happen this way. But how many Cyberpunks do we need? You know, how many other games do we need to get completely slaughtered before... Like, that's why I'd rather they just fess up and start over. You know, Nintendo holds their games to a certain amount of quality. Whatever you want to say about their business practices, I think their games are generally very solid experiences. And they're generally very accommodating experiences on top of that. Now, what links to Sanctuary thing? Oh, whatever. We never went this way. Might as well go this way, even though it's an extra step. Oh my god. I hate being down in the water like that. Like, whatever you want to say about most Nintendo games, I think they're pretty well-rounded experiences that live up to a certain degree of quality, and it's very hard to run into glitches. And a lot of them. You know what it is? There's something you could get here. Let's get it. Probably a power bomb expansion if you need the Annihilator Beam. Yeah, Bethesda built a brand around doing that. And, like, it's worked for them. Like, I can't deny that it worked for them. I think Bethesda's biggest thing is that they do a lot of very questionable stuff, I'll be honest with you. And it's not even that I hate Bethesda. I actually really do like a lot of their games. I like Fallout. I like... Oh, oops. Okay, I like Fallout. I could see why people like Elder Scrolls. It's not personally a game series for me. But I can understand, like, the appeal of it. I just never really could sit through an Elder Scrolls. I never beat Skyrim. I always play, like, 4 hours of Skyrim, and then by, like, hour 4, I'm like, wow, I really just am not feeling this. But Bethesda does do that. They come out very quickly, but they have some of the most broken, like, ridiculous glitches imaginable. But, I mean, they still work, right? Except for 76. Until 76, no one doubted that they could do it. So, I mean, I guess that says something, right? But, I mean, at this point, you see how even slowing down development has begun to affect them. Because they can no longer pump out games at that speed. How do you get to these spider wall tracks? I actually don't know. Yeah, Bethesda games definitely have an open world experience that can't be replicated. I'll tell you what it's called. It's called being glitchy as fuck. But I know what you mean. I'm not trying to shitpost or you know, shit on you or anything. You have to use another one to break this? Boy, this is expensive. But you're right. Like, playing New Vegas, playing Fallout is not something that's easily replicated. I think the only games that really kind of come close are, like, maybe a couple of games here and there. It just is a shame, you know? As long as something isn't, like, game-breaking or, you know, save-corrupting, I really generally don't mind glitches. In fact, I don't mind shit where, like, you know, enemies T-pose and stuff. If the extent of Cyberpunk's glitches were, like, a couple of T-posing... Like, I thought the T-posing was fucking hilarious. I'll be honest with you. I always find T-posing in random times to be hilarious. Like, who cares if you T-pose? Like, yeah, it might be... It's more of a cool, funny... Oh, I'm supposed to boost away. I'm sorry. The only thing I hated about Fallout 3, since you said that it's, like, perfecting it, is I hate that if you don't get the thing from Vault 101 on your return trip, you can never get it without using console hacks. Kind of annoyed at that. I feel like bobbleheads shouldn't be missable like that, but whatever. Nintendo has a long-standing history of outsourcing games, not being happy about the product, grabbing the concept and turning it into an in-house game. Yeah, they did that to Star Fox, and actually it worked out for Adventures. They took Dinosaur Planet, and they turned it into a completely different game, but kept most of the concept. And for what it's worth, I actually kind of... Look at that. For what it's worth, I actually kind of didn't mind it too much. I actually really liked Star Fox Adventures growing up. I have never done a playthrough on Fallout 3. I actually thought about doing it, like, in the reasonably near future. I feel like it's a game that... I'm stupid. I feel like it's a game that I really ought to do a playthrough on, just because it's such an iconic game from that era, and I did actually play it when it was new. It's in Raven Rock. Yeah, that's another one. The bobbleheads are completely missable. So if you don't get it on your first visit and you read about it later, congratulations, you need to make a new game. And that is the least favorite thing of mine to do in an RPG. I had to play through Fire Emblem Fates 3 times in the Revelation path because every single time I played it, I forgot something or I did something else wrong. And on my third playthrough, when I messed up something even further, I was like, you know what, I'm just done. I've played enough of this game, I've beaten it, I'm not doing a perfect playthrough of it. Star Fox Adventures did get a sequel. Assault doesn't play like it, but it is a sequel to Star Fox Adventures. The problem is that the Star Fox timeline is in such a fucking disastrous place because of Crystal and needing to have her as a love interest because they flat out basically wrote her entire plotline out. Because, like, yeah, they kept the Dinosaur Planet plotline, but they more or less got rid of everything else that made Crystal, like, an individual beyond just being Fox's girlfriend or whatever. I have to kill these things. What gentleman sharks? I'm gonna super missile them. Why am I playing do-si-do with these things? This is gonna blow you apart. Okay, maybe not. You see why I hate these enemies? Because sometimes you want them to position and they just don't. Like they bounce off of stuff in the room or whatever. You're gonna tell me that was too early. How am I getting pieced up by this? Holy shit, come on. Dude. They're immune. They're immune to power bomb. Oh, God. And that was my last power bomb, by the way. What? How do they not open their mouths? Bro. How am I getting this fucked up by a pair of blogs? Like, what is this shit? I'm so lost right now. What is going on? What is he doing? Oh, come on, dude. What is happening? Thank you. Thank you. I literally think the room just isn't big enough for them to fully do their whole animation. Alright, I'll read chat in a minute. I'm sorry. I had to figure out what was going on there. That shit was starting to annoy me. Okay, sorry. Even worse, if you're too good at getting a skill point, you could soft lock your game without... Wait, what? Without PC... Yeah, basically you kind of have to play Bethesda games on PC. It is basically the story that I've learned over the last couple of years. Is like, yeah, it might be cool and all to play it on console, and it might be like for a fun run. But really, if you're going to play a Bethesda game, it pretty much has to be on PC. Because otherwise, so much can go wrong. You can't quick save, quick load. It's like, you know... And I kind of understand it. Like, I had a good time doing it, right? So, like, it's not like it doesn't work or it's not something that you can do. But man, is it annoying. Like, to fuck yourself over. If you have excess skill points when all your skills are 100, the game will not let you leave the level. Oh, come on. Now that shouldn't even be a thing, honestly. That feels like the one type of case you would account for as a programmer. Getting 0 skill points at a level up and getting more than, like, you being unable, like, having extra. Like, like, you know, hey, if all your skill points are 100... Wait, Why am I doing this? I think it's because it's faster. If all your skill points are at 100, you know, leaving the menu doesn't totally fuck you over. I don't know, whatever. They changed it, they fixed it in New Vegas. Good. I feel like that should have been patched in Fallout 3, period. It's one of those things that makes you wonder, how did that make the final cut? Not even bad game design, just an obvious oversight. It doesn't have to be Fox, though. It can be his dad, because almost every creature in the Star Fox galaxy knew him for some reason, and Crystal joins him in Star Wars. Dude, Command has such a shitty plot line. I almost couldn't believe what I was reading, you know? I could get Fox being overprotective. I can't get Crystal joining literally a terrorist cell, almost, because she's mad at him. Can't trust no hoes out here, dude. Like, I just feel like they ditched the whole plot line with her home planet blowing up and everything. They just didn't do anything with it. Now, where is Watch Station again? Where's Watch Station? Hazing Cliff. Man, I'm looking... Oh, I didn't do this room. Okay, that makes sense. And then we could teleport right back to Umos. Gotcha. So actually, I'm not supposed to leave this way. Right? Yeah, I'm not. Okay, cool. Gotcha. I know what I'm doing. Storm are most of glitches I learned. I remember doing that market exploit, like, dozens of times in Fallout 3. I was basically carrying, like, infinite ammo at points. It got to the point where I'm like, you know what, let me actually play the game now, because I've taken enough shit from Moira. I actually kind of need to play the game, or otherwise I'm just hoarding stuff. Yeah, I played all my Fallout games on console. I own them on PC now, but I just play them on console. I don't think it locked up on me, so I think I'm pretty lucky. I usually either have really good luck with games on console locking up, or really bad luck. Like Assassin's Creed Valhalla was just locking up pretty much every video part. I left it in the entire playthrough. And I love the game, but man, does that game lock up like crazy. Alright, we actually need to do the stuff here. Did we do the stuff for this room at all? Let me see. What time is it? Alright, we'll beat the game. It won't take that long. We have all the Sky Temple keys. Require the Spider Ball. I'm just gonna kind of do stuff and hope it works. Is this just a shortcut? No? Okay, you actually have to do that. Like reverse pickpocketing to get Elder Lion's robe. It was never meant to be obtainable, so it actually blocks your view of the Pit-Boy. Yeah, funny ass shit like that is always my favorite part of games. Finding stuff that they flat out never intended for you to do or see. It's always I know why people do it. It's always interesting like that. You know what it is? I never did this before. What? Oh my god, didn't do it again. Okay, very nice. I cannot believe I forgot about this. Okay. Now we are ready to actually do this. Infinite money glitch I used was the Infinite Sydney 10mm Ultra SMG glitch. I just remember the thing where you could trade something back and forth, and they fixed it in New Vegas, but it's still kind of in the game, so you could still kind of use it to access a lot of stuff and basically, for lack of a better term, rob people of their items. And I think it's still in New Vegas. I think I triggered it some version of it in New Vegas, but it's very hard to do and way more situational. So it kind of almost wasn't really worth the effort. Because Fallout 3 and New Vegas share so much code, and like some of it's been retooled and changed, but for the most part, it's all basically the same game. Don't get me wrong, I love the game, it's great, but there's a lot of weird stuff that can happen. But VATS really makes that game, because when you really deliver the killing blow to an enemy, you feel it in VATS. And the shooting, admittedly, in that game is not that great, right? So they kind of do what this game did, which is they have something that really more or less assists you in your aiming. Alright. Back to Umos. No, not Torvis Bog. Thank you. And then basically we just go down. I think I know what portal we have to use, right? Maybe. Vicky Vale and Van's Casino. Yeah, I think there was something I did with the gun runners. I think I cleaned them out at one point. Took all their shit. That playthrough is literally 10 years old, by the way. Like, that's the real scary part about a lot of my old footage, is that some of it is so old, it is literally like 10 years old. Because I did that playthrough in 2011. And it is... No, it'll be 10 this year. I'm sorry. It's 9 years old. I was a completely different person when I was 15. No, 16. Yeah, 16. That was one of my earlier playthroughs, ages ago. Okay. How do we... What's the fastest way to get here? No, oops. I always do that. I do not mean to. Let's see. I think you have to go the Torvis area, right? No, I did it again. Dark World. Yeah, okay, so we have to go... Base access. Ugh, that's such a terrible portal, but whatever. That's what we have to go. So you know what? Let's go save at Samus's ship, and then we will just go ahead. We'll keep walking. We'll work our way back to base access. That's pretty much what we're going to have to do. Gunrunner automatically fixes any weapon sold to us, still marked as broken, and you can buy it back for huge chump change. Yeah, for some reason they never update, like, a broken gun's price to be a normal one. I think that also works somewhere else in the game as well. See, I had at least 2 friends who are massive Fallout heads, so they would love to talk to you about anything, but they're not around anymore. Huge Fallout fans. Huge. I'm more of a midline Fallout fan, you know? I like the lore, I know a little bit of stuff. I've never actually played Fallout 4, believe it or not. I bought it, I just never played it. This is a very real reoccurring thing in my life, is I buy games and don't play them. Alright, we're gonna open the super missile door. You piece of shit, get out of here. I'm just gonna save at the ship just because it's easier, it's faster. You know how it is. I find it very funny that the room you land in is also like an endgame room. Alright. They patched the Vicky and Vance Casino glitch, which was much more straightforward. All you had to do was spam a conversation and you make 10k caps. Makes it, I mean, I don't know. It's a big game, right? Like you said, that open world game feeling can never be replicated. It's very hard to replicate it the way Fallout does. And obviously Elder Scrolls, but I know more about Fallout than I do Elder Scrolls. We need to... Yep, this is the right way. We're doing the right thing. Alright, this is the end game. Not a Marvel quote at all. Stop that. I play and enjoy, but I never really spend my time finding all the ways to break the game. Yeah, I understand that. You know, like, I know speedrunners do it a lot. I know they have that one grenade launcher thing that they use to fly across the map. And, like, that's all cool stuff, and it could even help you in, like maybe a casual playthrough. It's just, you know, usually I just like to play games, you know, for the full experience. I don't want to necessarily speed through it as fast as possible, like, literally. Sometimes it's just nice to play games in, like, a nice, slow, relaxed pace and just enjoy yourself, you know? That's how games are meant to be enjoyed, in my opinion. Like, obviously, you know, if you want to do speed runs, that's another thing entirely. But for me, a lot of the joy of playing some of these games is because I played them since I was a kid. You know, I have a lot of memories and experience. I hate these eye things. I'm getting bodied. You know, I have a lot of experiences and you know, a lifelong set of memories from playing this stuff for all these years. Alright, it's time. I don't think there's anything else really to look at. It's funny to think that this thing is actually, I think, the core of the Leviathan. Only when I know how to max out certain skills very easily. Yeah. I know that in a lot of games, I try to, especially the ones I know, I try to, like, min-max a little bit, right? Just so I can have, like, the best possible setup for stuff. I guess in the Metroid series that translates into getting all the scans, which, as you can tell, really didn't go too well this time. 2 missable scans, like, basically back-to-back. Yeah, thanks. Thanks a bunch. I put up a video one time about the Mass Effect Infinite exploit glitch in Mass Effect 1. You can infinitely convince, what's his name? Annaleus, I think it is. You can convince him non-stop that he should testify against whatever the Solarian is, who's an asshole. And basically the check in the game never fully locks in. Like, okay, you did this once, you can't do it again. That check doesn't work. So you can infinitely talk to him to basically get both your Paragon and Renegade to max, more or less. I think you need to have, like, a minimum to buy into it. But once you do, you're set, right? Like, it's cool. You could spam it as much as you want. I remember that was one of the earliest videos I made, earlier videos I made ages ago on the channel. So, yeah. It was a lifetime ago at this point. Like, I haven't even played Mass Effect 1 in ages. Like, sometimes I'll delve into it a little bit, but, like, if it comes to actually playing it, I haven't done that in a while. Just because I played it so much back in the day. It's one of my favorite games, but I don't need to play it every single day. This is the core of the final Dark Energy controller. We place within the energy transfer module for return to Aether. This roll will become heavily unstable. Yeah, it's usually flags in conversations that don't fire off correctly. And therefore you can repeat them infinitely. I don't think you get experience from convincing Annaleus to testify, though. Alright, hentai monster. His body is a separate scan. Oh, shit. Let me guess, it's also the tentacles, right? Oh, no, okay. I absolutely hate that the whole arena is covered in Phazon. Man. What's the way that you defeat the tentacles? I think it's Annihilator Beam. And like one of the rare times it's actually very useful. Okay, thank you for missing every single shot. Holy shit. That was a nightmare. Yeah, it's the way to go, but man, did that not work out too well. Come on. I can't. Dude, this is the worst fucking attempt of this shit I've ever made. Oh my god, okay, well that was pretty good. I don't even want to talk about what just happened, honestly. He is one of the better themes, though. Like, boss fight themes. Do you mind? Okay, phase 2. I'm probably still missing a lot of things, but I'm a lot more knowledgeable about that game than I am about most things. I know how you feel. That's how I feel about Metroid Fusion and a lot of other games like Spyro and Mario Sunshine. Like, just a lot of games I am just generally more knowledgeable about. Honestly, I find that the best way to kill these things is with the power bomb. Because you don't really need power bomb after this anyway. Oh, I'm sorry. I did the wrong thing, too. Wait, he has how many scans? I have no idea, whatever. I'm not going to get full scans anyway. Oh well. What I think is cool is that the whole room, the more heavily damaged he gets, just gets ridiculously covered in this stuff. Although it gets kind of annoying to try to stick to him. What are we missing? Oh my god. Is that enough? Wait, what? Oh. Oh my god, one. Exactly one. This is actually kind of a really annoying phase, honestly. The only good thing is that these things drop a lot of health, usually. So I wonder what I'm missing from scanning him. I don't think you can scan it. I realized you could scan his eye. Whatever, I missed that. Thankfully, since this is the final boss, missing something on this is not necessarily that bad. You have to scan his eye when it's exposed. Whatever. Oh shit, okay. See, the thing is that his middle leg will usually, like, block anything that you want to launch at him. You have to hit him with something? I don't think you can cancel a charge beam. Oh, never mind, I'm wrong. You could totally cancel a charge beam. What? Man, the dark beam is shit, I'm not gonna lie. I can't get a shot inside of his mouth at all. Yeah, the Emperor, I think it's the music that really sells this fight for me. I think he has such a good musical theme. Alright, cool. Now I remember why I face tanked this. I think Metroid Prime is a little bit more, like, epic. I hate to use that phrase, like this is, I don't know. Like this is the, like this is 2008 again. But yeah, I kind of feel like Metroid Prime, at least Phase 1, did this whole, like, idea a little bit nicer than Emperor. I hit him with it. It barely did anything. Yeah, the Dark Beam is too slow. He could just move his lip, and you're kind of pretty much shit out of luck. It kind of also doesn't really seem to shoot high enough, which is a very weird thing that I feel like I should say. Fuck it, I'll just shoot it normally. Forget the charge beam. No, don't do that. Stop chewing. I wonder if angling the arm cannon like that actually does anything. Okay. See, I would love to think that the sunburst would do like a ton of damage if you could get it inside of his mouth. But I really don't think that that's going to be something you'd be able to do. I just feel like it wouldn't really happen, you know? I feel like it's too slow, and this boss is way too fast for that. Like, even that did nothing. Like, you would think that that would be, like, the primary killer for him. Oh my god. Really, I'm only going to be dealing damage with the light beam, pretty much. Which is totally fine by me, honestly. Yeah, Dark Beam is pretty much useless. There's a couple of rare enemies it's like really effective on, and that's about it. Other than that, you're not really going to be using it for almost anything. Now, the only real threat is killing Dark Samus, because she doesn't always display her weakness. That's like the only real major thing, is that she doesn't always showcase her weakness, and especially in Phase 4, sometimes she goes back to Phase 3. Ugh. That would be like the one time the Dark Burst should be like usable outside of like those little small enemies. It'll be perfect because it like would explode in enough of a radius that it could like hit like part of his mouth. And this is the one time it really doesn't help. It's unfortunate, but that's just how it is. I guess they didn't want to make another Wave Buster, you know? I'm sorry, they give you 8 minutes. How could I have gotten that wrong? What would a Metroid game be without a final countdown segment? I think this is a bit easier on the trilogy because you can kind of aim the arm cannon around to pick up the Phazon beam particles. Yeah, anywhere without a self-destruct, either at the beginning of the game or the end or both. Obviously. Such a good scene. I don't know what you have to do for phase 1 here. So I actually need to read this because I don't know. Phazon exposure is rendered invisible to the dark visor. Is absorbed. Tremendous levels of Phazon nearby. Too much, perhaps. Destructive blasted shield doing so will help her maintain stability. Exposure Phazon. These new abilities come over from. Fuck. I don't. I guess it's Echo Visor only. Nope, can't. It blocked. I just like how stuff bounces off of them, you know? Always kind of funny to watch. Like, you hit something with someone with something that you know they're weak to. Nope, still invincible. No, never mind. Yeah, this is Dark. This you would need to know is Dark Samus Phase 4. You just kind of have to know that this is, like, part of the fight. Is for you to be able to absorb some of the stuff she shoots out. And then fire it back at her. It's not really super hidden, obviously, because you could scan her, but you need to know that that's the only time that you can actually hurt her in that phase. You can't push it any faster than that, as far as a fight goes. Because she wastes time doing this, and obviously we don't care about her launching that. Alright, I'm gonna do this with plenty of spare time. Yeah, they did the thing, look. You know why? It's because she sets herself to go into this phase and then immediately start doing this. She sets herself so she becomes immune to, like, everything else. Alright, like, literally one shot. Like, anything will kill her. You know, these 5 minutes are pretty cozy, actually, all things considered. Yeah, it's a little more for spectacle, but it's definitely like a nerves thing. Because obviously, if you die here, you have to kill Emperor Ing again, which is more or less the big thing. And remember, on the original version, this is way harder because you don't have free aim and they do more damage to you. So it's actually entirely possible for you to be like really running low on health. Yeah, it's way harder in the original GameCube version. It's actually feasible that you might be literally down to like your last couple of health points and energy. What is it? You know, it would have been cool if in the beginning of Metroid Prime 3 you had those segments where you could save the Federation troopers. It would have been cool if they had extended that and put those troopers or similar things throughout the game. Like if it was possible to somehow save the bounty hunters. I just feel like it was a cool part of the game that was only in one part. Yeah, but I think the big thing about it is you really remember a lot of it because those bounty hunters die. I do agree, though. Like, if it was possible to save them, that would be pretty cool. But part of it is also they die for, like, a greater cause, you know? Gotta have a little bit of tragedy and danger to make things actually feel like they're worth saving, you know? This shit's cool, man. My only guess is really that like all the ink come back to Dark Aether just to try to maybe stop Samus at the very end. Because they obviously can't survive in normal Aether, you know? So it kind of makes sense that even if there's some stranded in Aether, they would die out eventually because, you know, there's no more Dark Aether. Oh yeah, the blue orb makes you lose the charge beam, you're right. That is also something I think they changed. If you miss one and it hits you, you could charge up the beam, but if one of those hits you, it knocks you back. Yeah, you lose the charge beam instead. I think they changed that again for this version, just to make it easier. That's like in Wind Waker, where like everything would knock you out of the ship. Instead, in Wind Waker HD, nothing knocks you out of the ship, basically. There's very few things that will knock Link out of the King of Red Lions now, compared to basically everything that would hit you would knock you out of the ship, which is not exactly very fun, obviously. Once or twice every so often, cool. Every time you get hit or blown up or something, not so cool. Not even really a danger, it's just like, hey, you just kind of die for free. Yeah, it's the Echo Visor. I know that feeling. It's kind of like Metroid Prime, where you need to figure out it's like X-ray, thermal, and it rotates throughout all the different things. Yeah, Samus looks weird in these games. I think she looks better in Metroid Prime 1, if I'm being honest. Like, you only get a little bit of face in Metroid Prime 1 at the very end, but she looks weirder in this game, in my opinion. I think this was the origination of the Zero Suit, probably. Maybe. Because we're not going to talk about Justin Bailey. It's just the Zero Suit looks fucking weird. I don't know why. I don't get it. Oh, here we go. This is the original Echoes UI. I love this, man. The Echoes UI is so good. You know, got all the random stuff flashing. It just, something about it looks distinctly super futuristic, and that's why it looks so good, man. Out of all the games that I played in my life, I distinctly like this game's UI pretty much the best. Yeah, the polygon. Trying to do faces in this generation was not something that they should have focused on, especially hyper-realistic. I think the very end of Prime, she looks like realistic enough and also not like super weird and cartoony. Her hair was like just the perfect color of brown, because blonde is really weird. Honestly, I prefer the endings where she only takes off the helmet. I feel like it's like a well-fitting reward. By the way, rest in peace, Iwata. I feel like it's a very fitting reward, you know? It's like, okay, we could take off the helmet, take a look around, you know, crack the neck or something, and just on to the next mission or something. You know, whatever. That's why Other M The scene where she has to rescue the fucking helmet of Adam Malkovich makes zero sense to me. How you have to run all the way back through everything. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. She doesn't activate her suit, which would make it much easier. I know it's supposed to be like a hard final segment, but lore-wise, what the fuck does that have to do with anything at all? That's what I mean. If you wanted to fix Metroid Other M, the best way to fix it is make it a prequel even to Zero Mission. Because technically, Zero Mission would still be her Zero Mission because she would be not working for the Federation. At that time, she was still with the Federation. You could have set the game right after when Adam condemns his brother to die, right? So that way, okay, she's still mad at him, but so she doesn't want to, but she'll follow him because of the whole relationship that they have, which is totally platonic, as they've confirmed 1,000 times. People still think it's romantic. You could get rid of the baby plotline entirely, and then maybe like the end of the game could be like a debrief after Super Metroid, like she's reliving all this stuff, right? So she remembers that Adam died at the beginning. The PTSD scene with Ridley would make so much more sense if she was like 16 in this game. This is the first time she's facing Ridley. Oh my god, he's not dead, or he's here, or whatever, right? And then it could just totally not be Ridley, and it would be fine, right? And you could have the whole rest of the series, instead of making it like an establishment of her becoming the badass, hardcore bounty hunter that she becomes, it's almost like a deconstruction of her character that is completely not even in Metroid Fusion at all, and it makes zero sense. Because in Metroid Fusion, she fights Ridley again. All you've done is introduce a massive gaping plot hole. If you just make it a prequel, everything starts to make sense. The PTSD scene, yeah, the PTSD, oh, by the way, Intelligence Systems, big ups. Reggie and Bill Trennan were also on here, which is pretty cool. But the whole PTSD scene would make so much more sense if it was a prequel, because she could be 16, 17, okay, make her an adult, she's 18. Freshly in, there he is, by the way, Sakamoto, the fucker. She's freshly in the Galactic Federation, she's still salty at Adam, she's being rebellious, she's a teenager, you know, she's doing all this weird stuff, right? And maybe she split off, she went AWOL, and she just happened to, you know, come back to find Adam, and he's like, all right, listen, we'll whatever, we'll commend you or demerit you later, but right now we need to figure out what's going on the battle ship. You could establish the ringleaders, you know, that plot line works fine no matter where it is in the story. So if I were them, I'd retcon it. I'd say make a movie, because the whole game is a fucking movie anyway. It makes no sense. The whole thing just makes no sense as like a post-Super Metroid game, which is ironic. And you could just have the scene at the end where they like do the wink and the nod, and they're like, by the way, Samus, we have the Metroid stuff, you know? We got the cell culture, and then that would perfectly lead in to Metroid Fusion. So it doesn't just feel like Metroid Other M is just like a shitty prequel to Fusion. You could say, oh, well, they were researching Metroids before they went extinct, right? So it would make more sense that they would have access to, like, go to SR-388, steal a whole bunch of Metroids, come back, and it's on the bottle ship, as opposed to literally reusing the plotline from Fusion. But now I'm ranting about a game I don't even like, so whatever. You know what I mean. Sure, whatever. I think that's how you do New Game Plus. You have to beat the game. Oh, well. Literally gonna have to beat the game to replay it just for two things. Amazing. But, like, that's the kind of thing as I think about. I'm like, as soon as I finished Other M, I'm like, why is this game not a prequel? Nothing about the Super Metroid atmosphere contributed anything to Metroid Other M. Nothing. Literally nothing. There was not a single part of Metroid Fusion that made, or Metroid Other M, that made sense as a sequel to Super Metroid. Not a single part could have been done as a sequel, and I don't know how the entire the storyboard team did not figure that one out. But whatever. Hang on, because we're gonna end the stream in a few minutes. But I guess while we wait, we'll kill some time. If you guys have any recommendations for stream games, feel free to always let me know. I'm always down to listen to any recommendations people might have. No, not that. I didn't mean to push up. I fucked up. I suck at Metroid 1. No, 4 can't be bad. If 4 is bad, this series is in real trouble because it took way too long for 4 to come out. Metroid Prime 4 literally cannot be a bad game. It literally cannot be. It just can't. It won't sell badly, no matter what happens. It'll sell decently, but it just can't be a bad game. It just cannot. And that's why I really think they should not put the name Metroid Prime on it, because Metroid Prime contains arguably one of the best games of all time and 2 very, very strong sequels. So when you put it in the same running as that, you know, you're immediately putting it in strong running to be disappointing. I just feel like they're setting themselves up, and I'm not saying Retro can't deliver. It's just always better to like under-promise and over-deliver, as we learned from Cyberpunk. You know, we should actually do this tomorrow. I might do a Fusion stream tomorrow. I have my suspend point, I think, be at the beginning of the game, so I could just restart the game very quickly. I don't have to sit through the cutscene again, because sitting through the cutscene is the worst. Recommend Fallout 3. That's totally possible, actually, in the near future. We could do Fallout 3. That'd be a long-form thing, too. I'm going to get Fire Emblem set up, and then maybe that could be something that we do. I love this game, by the way. This is actually one of my favorite games of all time, and it's probably the game I played the most of in my life. Fucking love this game. Alright, cool. Technically, you absorb it. Doesn't really matter. That's supposed to be a big thing. They should add a scene for that. Like, you absorb it. It's like, oh my god, am I screwed again? And yeah, no, you're not. But alright, guys. This game reminds me a lot of the Alien movies. Oh yeah, Metroid has a real desire to play into the Aliens nature of it, because it's inspired by Aliens. This game is like screaming an Alien game, basically. This game is de facto straight from Aliens. Do you even fight Metroids in this game? Yeah, you do at the end. Yeah, you do. Hilarious that the series named Metroid quite literally has, in theory, no Metroids, you know? And I know a lot of people don't like this game because it's very linear, and they just kind of give exposition over and over, but I gotta respect the hustle a little bit for it, you know? There's definitely a lot of good stuff going on with it. I gotta give it credit where credit is due. Alright, what time is it, by the way? Oh, it's only 11:26. Oh, jeez. What am I supposed to do for the rest of the time? I guess we'll end at 11:45, and then I can kind of mess around for an hour or two. And then I guess I'll stream this tomorrow. Because I've been meaning to stream this the last couple of days. You guys have me in a Metroid mood, honestly, and it's infectious, man. I love it. I love playing Metroid. That's probably the fastest I've ever played through Metroid Prime 2. I was really in the mood to play some of it, you know? But you are right. If you get hit by one of those blue particles, you get it removes the charge. I think they changed that. That's such bullshit, by the way. Not the change, the fact that it would remove your charge. That's why that fight usually comes down to the wire for me, because it's like, what the fuck? What do you want me to do? One random thing flew away and you can't, like, aim the arm cannon around to pick it up? Stupid. Other M went from being, like, literally the perfect game, both lore and gameplay-wise, to being, like, a disaster. This is probably the only Metroid game that's somewhat scary. Yeah, I definitely do feel like there's a little bit of survival horror in this. By the way, if you don't enter these rooms now, you can never enter them. They exist solely for you to enter like this. Just use now. The game that fucked with me as a kid was Ninja Gaiden. I can't play Ninja Gaiden. We would be here all day with me trying to beat even one level of Ninja Gaiden. It would be just terrible. Remember, this is the same year as Metroid Prime. 2 Metroid games came out within like a couple of months. Shit was balling, man. That's what I mean. I really miss the 2000s. I miss the 2000s, and I miss, what are they called? I miss the 2000s, and I miss my Nintendo powers, because I used to love rereading them even after the games were old, and they all got thrown out. Why? That's just how my family is. I really, really miss them, because a lot of them were like looks into old school games. They would have guides in it, ads and everything. Yeah, Ninja Gaiden is pretty much an original Souls game. I know people think Souls games are like the arbiter of what's difficult or not, but if you want my honest opinion, Dark Souls is pretty easy at the end. Dark Souls is just really, really tough at the beginning. It's not particularly hard towards the end. You know what I am salty about? I'm not an ambassador on the 3DS, so I don't have this on my 3DS, and they never let me buy it on the 3DS, and now the 3DS is a dead console. Thanks, Nintendo. I'm actually kind of mad about that, because I absolutely love my 3DS, and I would have bought this game again in a heartbeat. Why? Because it's one of my favorite games of all time. It would have been a no-brainer. Oh, I didn't get the thing. Whoops. Alright. Now, I don't know if you guys have played this game, but now I get to actually brag about some of my knowledge on this game. So if you go right over here, you know, it's a pretty straight drop, right? I love this game. I don't know how I found this. I don't. I love this game. It's so good. You get rewarded for playing this game too much, man. It's so crazy. You know, Ninja Gaiden, hold on. They used to say that the final boss of Ninja Gaiden was, like, impossible to not get hit on. They actually found out it's not. Oh shit, I don't have enough missiles. Oops. If you actually listen, the music is, like, really good and bassy. Surprisingly, for a Game Boy Advance game. Which is pretty cool. Alright, I don't want to get too far in this because I want to play this tomorrow for our stream. But man, I love Metroid Fusion. This game is so good. In my opinion, this, like, as a linear experience, this is one of, like, the peak games that you could play on anything that it's on, really. Oh, I do own Spirit Tracks. Okay. I gotta see what I don't own from the eShop, because I own a fair bit of games from the eShop, and I tried to, like, sort them up by different, like Yoshi games, Fire Emblem, Shadow Dragon, and stuff like that. I did Tactics Advance a long time. Yeah, they found a way to hit it without beating a TAS. No, someone actually did it in real life. He actually did a no-hit run of Ninja Gaiden. They thought it was TAS only, but you actually can hit it if you, like, cancel your swings enough. And I think that was very recent, actually. Like within the last year, they were grinding it out to see if they could, like, hit the final boss enough times. There's just enough times where you can hit the head before it flies out at you, because you can't jump over it. And it's basically most people who play the game will never do that. It was very recent, and they thought it was TAS only. And I was watching it, I'm like, there's no way, right? But obviously, if you're watching it, they probably figured it out. I recommend Summoning Salt. Summoning Salt is a great channel. The amount of research and everything he does, you know, he deserved his million easily. I've watched a lot of his videos, sometimes multiple, more than once. But, yeah. Devin, I give you credit, man. Listen, if you could even get past a couple levels of Ninja Gaiden, you would do better than I ever would. Because I'm not built to play games like Ninja Gaiden and NES games. I'm a zoomer. I'm not a zoomer. Don't ever call me a zoomer. But I'm young, and I can't do that, man. I just can't, flat out. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. I guess the next generation of stream games are going to be Fallout 3. That'll maybe be later in the summer. Not like later in the summer, but that'll be later on. Final Fantasy 13 will be somewhere. I need to play 14 tonight, actually. What time is it? Oh, shit. I got like 3 hours to do the stuff I need to do. And there's a couple other things I need to do. But other than that, great stream. I love Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. It's a great game. I'm thinking about starting a new video series where I talk about like old school games, especially games from my childhood. And I could actually turn off the Wii U. I'm not going to use it. And I think Metroid Fusion will be the first one, but Metroid Prime 2 will probably be definitely up there as well. And, yeah. I did that shit when I was like 12 too, never beat the game. I just literally gave up at that brown ninja part. You know, I used to have trouble on a game called Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg. You probably won't even find people who remember what that is unless they were like, you know, 2000s gamers. I remember when Sega was trying that as a new series and it just never went anywhere. And it's actually like a pretty fun and unique game. Those exploding shuriken were absolute bullshit. Yeah, Ninja Gaiden has its like legacy in being difficult, because I know Ninja Gaiden Black, I think, came out, and then there was like Ninja Gaiden Sigma, and they're like notoriously difficult games. So I don't touch it. Yeah, Beautiful Joe. Never got a it did get a sequel. Didn't get a trilogy, unfortunately. Oh well. I used to play Star Wars Bounty Hunter. That game is actually pretty tough. Especially it infamously starts out like deceptively easy, and then by the end of the game, you're basically getting destroyed by everything. But it is possible to beat. And that's really all you care about, right? Beautiful Joe was awesome. I still think of that game from time to time. I own it, and I mean, I would definitely recommend trying to see if you could get a copy of it. I don't know if you have a Wii or a GameCube. I just hate that, like, if you want to play these games, like, they're so hard to find, you know? You either got to get someone's shitty secondhand copy, or you have to pray that Capcom remembers what it is and re-releases it, you know? And that's why people ask for remakes of all these games, because you can't even play them on anything but original hardware. And, like, you know... Yeah, see? You don't have a GameCube or Wii anymore. It sucks. Not, you know, what can you do about it, right? It could be anything. Maybe you gave it away to a friend, or your parents sold it, or anything. It just sucks, you know? I feel for you on that. I'm very lucky. I still have all my consoles. They were never given away. Still got all my stuff. An older PS2 game was released on Switch. What was it? They re-released, I think, the original Star Ocean on Switch. Switch has been getting, like, a surprising amount of older games, which is pretty cool. Even they put like Jedi Outcast, or what was it, like Jedi Knight on it or something, and Republic Commandos coming out. They're really like putting old stuff on it, which is pretty cool, all things considered. That's ridiculous too when you really consider it. Oh, I gotta remember to put a good old Kurt Dog on the thing. Sphinx and the Cursed Mummy. Okay, I'll open that up. I'll take a look at it. I cannot spell Sphinx. Take a look at it later on. You know what was another PS2 game I really liked that like no one knows about? Kaya and the Dark Lineage. The game ends on a cliffhanger and it never gets resolved, and no one is ever going to make another one. Just letting you know. No one even remembers what that is. People like keep Time Splitters alive on like a wing and a prayer. No one is going to remember what Kaya and the Dark Lineage is. Ever play Primal? No. I missed a lot of PS2 games. I was a GameCube boy, and every time I asked for a PS2, I was told no. So I just took what I could get. I had a lot of games I played on the GameCube just to like shoot the shit and have some fun. You know, like I played a lot of Sonic games. Into the Matrix was another game I used to just play a lot, which is why I know so much about it and why I like it so much. Not a lot of open world games, though. Battle for Bikini Bottom was another game I played a lot of. That's why replaying it recently was like such a blast from the past, you know? Such a nostalgia bender. Oh, it's THQ Nordic on the re-release? You're in good hands. Even if THQ Nordic sometimes makes glitchy or sloppy games, they do it out of love. So you know what? I respect them for it, right? Like, who else is gonna re-release all these old games? No one. This is their niche, and it's a niche that they could do literally endlessly. Because who even has all the old school like licenses and stuff? Who even cares, you know? So if THQ Nordic has it, you're in good hands. Using one of the save points in the mummy section immediately following a particular cutscene that would reveal Horus's betrayal in the story can cause a door to be permanently sealed if the play session was not immediately continued in all 3 console versions. This traps the player, preventing further progress with no way to reverse the action. This forces the player to start over from the very beginning of the game. This bug was fixed in the PC and Switch versions. Okay, cool. Good to know. I missed out on a lot of PS2 games, though. Didn't get to play them until much later. Like Sly Cooper and the Ratchet games and Jak and Daxter. I always really wanted to play like all of those, you know? And now I can. Which is really good. But in any event, thank you guys for stopping by the stream. Much appreciated. I will see you guys tomorrow. It'll probably be Metroid Fusion, then after that I guess we'll see what we do. But tomorrow's stream, just so you know, will start at 9 at the earliest, because I have a raid in Final Fantasy XIV. So that will run me until 9. I might take like a couple of minutes at 9 to, you know, get some water, use the bathroom, walk, stretch a little bit. And if everything goes right, we will probably stream then. If not, I'll let you guys know in the Discord what's going on. I'll @stream, obviously, which is something I should do every stream, and I will start to. I'll be at work tomorrow. Okay, cool, no problem. Take it easy. Have a good day, you guys. And I will see you on what's it called? On tomorrow. Yeah, no problem, man. Anything, it's archived on Twitch, it's archived on YouTube, whatever you prefer to watch on. Or yeah, I'll see you on the next one. Thank you, Devin. Thank you, Sloppy Joe. Gotta make sure I get that name right. Thank you, Ash. Thank you, Raiden. And Snowman, thank you for stopping by. Big ups to everyone. Play that.
Help me! Help me!
Hey, Larry, what about games?
Games? Oh, you want games?
I don't know what the problem.
Yeah, boy!
$1, 4 quarters, 10 dimes. It's like you are printing money!
Oh, that's a lot of damage!
I'm gonna dedicate the rest of my life to forgetting it.